can't compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie Q. I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Renee. Good Energy, Dr. Sophie, Angie. Thank you guys for being here. Hold on 1 second. I apologize for that. Dr. Sophie, Foot Soldier, how you doing? Let those words sink in while to say good morning. Okay, I'm Ray Black. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you guys for being here. Who watched the? What was this? Who watched the confirmation hearings for what's that dude's name? Pete Hegseth yesterday. Did any of you guys watch that shit? Did anybody watch those confirmations yesterday? It was very crazy. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I'm just lost this morning. Okay, here we go. Did anybody watch that? Y'all not gonna answer me? You saw the headlines and you didn't see the story. Well, okay. So, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna pull up my little links that I have. What really bothered me about this is if I hear DEI, if I hear critical race theory anymore to disguise the racism that the overt racism that they want to bring this country back to, it's really sad that black people in this country who've never had to fight, who don't know anyone who had to fight just to be where we were, I'll say in the 90s and the 80s, don't know when it's time to fight. And if I hear another one of these ignorant people over here talking about 45 and 47 and why he is so good for this country, I'm gonna go the fuck off. Okay, there's several things that I have for you now. The head of the Justice Department is a black man. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on one second. Here we go. So, if you guys didn't watch that, I think you guys should really watch that because they have this Fox weekend, not a weekly, not Monday through Friday, a weekend Fox host. He wasn't the only host. He had like 3 or 4 people who hosted this show with him. I'll let these people tell you what he did in the questioning, but just was an alcoholic. Got his second wife pregnant while he was married to his first wife. Got his third wife pregnant while he was pregnant to his second wife. Was over a veteran nonprofit veteran organizations that fucked up their money and so badly that they ousted him, and now they want to put him over a $800 billion the what is it, $800 billion operation, and he has no experience with any type of payroll, no experience with managing over, I think he said 20 100 people. It kept changing. He was over 20 people. He was over about 30 people. It was like 100 people. If you listen to the Senate confirmation, but he's going to go in there and he's going to make sure that the soldiers are up to par. He's going to make sure that they are getting the proper training, and he's going to make sure that they haven't downgraded the training to allow for DEI. And I'm going to make sure that everybody is I am going to make sure everybody has the proper training, and if they don't have the training, they don't get the position. And they asked him about one black guy, one black general by name. Well, everybody's up for review, and if they don't have the training for their position, they're going to lose them. And you should hear the shit that he said about women. He does not think that women should be in active combat anyway. So he said 100 times, wrote it in a book and all of this. But when he said his lying ass up there yesterday, oh, yes, women should have a position. Oh, yes, women should be there. And all of the questions that he didn't answer. But what he kept saying was that he's going to make sure that the training is up to snuff because America needs to be prepared. But he's not up to snuff. So he's trying to say that these generals, these black generals, these people who have been in the service all their lives, they are not up to snuff because these are DEI people. And this past administration has been so worried about wokeism. This past generation has been so worried about what was it? Climate change and wokeism. That's what this current administration has been so worried about. They have been so worried about climate change and wokeism. And so, meanwhile, do you think they should be worried about climate change? Because climate change has really fucked up this country. Did you see another fire broke out yesterday in the what is it, Topanga Canyon? Huge as a motherfucker. How was spreading so quickly? Did you see that? But that shouldn't worry the Defense Department, who have to send their motherfucking who's out there guarding the streets. They don't have nothing to do with this shit. Yeah, you are sent out to guard streets, and look how many streets you guard. Listen, these motherfuckers are really tipping the hat with their ignorance, but they don't want any black person to have any position of power in the military. That's what it's all about. So you're not gonna get your stripes. You're not gonna be somebody important in the military. You know how they used to do. My grandfather, he was in World War II, and when they were over in France, they wanted to relegate the black soldiers to the mess hall and digging latrines and all that type of stuff because they felt that the black soldier couldn't fight. But then when they got their ass in a pickle and they had to put the black soldiers out there fighting, then they told you don't commend the black soldier. If the black soldier does something harrowing, don't act like it was anything special. This is what came over in the letter from the United States. What was he? Highest commander in the United States wrote a letter and told the French people, y'all treat the Negro too well, and they're gonna come back to the United States uppity and expecting to be treated the same way. So don't treat them like you treat another soldier. See, and so then in the 50s, the military changed its view, and it was supposed to have incorporated and uh, taken out their racist views. But you look at the few amount of black soldiers who have high-ranking posts in the military is few and far between, and now they want it to be none. They want it to be none. They act like, oh, well, we changed in the 50s. Well, you changed when the Civil Rights Act was signed too. So did that eliminate racism? Just because they changed their policies in the 50s, they want to act like, oh, so everybody can compete now. Oh, it's not like that anymore. Chapa. Oh, the ignorance. Let me. Let me. Hold on. Oh my God. Here we go. And let's talk about this too. Let me see what you guys are saying. Hey, Barry Carey. Hey, Candy. Hey, Dana Smith. No, y'all not even. I guess y'all don't want to talk about this. Very sad. T. Danielle. Good morning. T. Evans. You couldn't stomach it. You didn't watch it. Okay. Okay. Hey, West and East. Okay, let me show you guys this. Then, did you see this?
We got there because I tried to. I don't even know how we got there because I tried to make it clear how many civil rights. It doesn't just boil down to one conversation, but I can see.
See, because they're trying to repeal all the civil rights laws and trying to take away all the fucking shit that your parents, your grandparents had to fight so you can grow up better without all this overt shit. And here it is in 2025. They still are up here trying to pull back your rights because they want to act like everything is fair and equal. Now I want you to watch this interaction. Watch this.
That somebody's campaign coffers really are struggling right now. So she gonna keep saying trans, so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all
I
to
am
tell
no
me
child.
whether or
Do
not
call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those emails
I have broken
actually
more
have.
glass ceilings than you
Chairman,
ever
I am
will.
reclaiming my
Let's go.
time.
You will not do that. I
Order.
am not a
Chairman,
child.
I am
not a
reclaiming
child.
my time.
If you want to take
You hear this bitch? Now this is the bitch who's up there who was making a big huff because there's been one trans woman who was voted in the Senate this year, and she made a whole big huff about I don't want no trans in the bathrooms. So now this senator cannot go to the women's bathroom. This, she's been all this trans. They're talking about civil rights issue, but she said, I have broken more ceilings than you have ever. Now, do you guys know that Jasmine Crockett is a very intelligent woman? She went to law school. She was a lawyer. She started her own law firm on top of it. But she's telling this Black woman, I have broken more glass ceilings than you have ever thought of. Did you hear her say that? Just because she's like child, she didn't call her a child. She said child, and we get this. So maybe she should have called her a child. Let's continue.
Out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those emails actually have. Chairman, I am reclaiming my time.
You will not do that. I
Order.
am not a child.
And you see how long it took the chairman to hammer her for interrupting her? Did you see how long somebody had to tell him the white haired man right under the blue sign? Somebody had to tell him to get order. He was just gonna let her interrupt her with this bullshit. She's so insulted. She's so insulted that a trans person is going to the bathroom because she is afraid she may get raped. How are you going to get raped by a trans person going to the bathroom with you? That it don't even make sense. You don't even have a real fear to say. If they a trans person, obviously they don't want no coochie, they want dick. They want coochie to get put, they want coochie so bad that they get one created in their own body so they can get dick. Are you serious? Okay, let me continue. I'm gonna go back a little bit. I'm not gonna interrupt it no more. Okay, here we go.
I actually have ceilings.
Chairman, I am reclaiming my time.
You will not do that. I
Order.
am not a child.
I am reclaiming my time.
If you want to take it outside,
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not
Okay.
in order.
Order.
Point of order.
Order. Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett.
No, point of order, Mr. Chairman.
State your point.
Is it allowed in the rules for a member to incite violence against another member? I mean, she wants to take it outside with.
Hey, I have the First Amendment right too,
And
young
so
man.
I'd
like those words.
Okay. y'all did hear this little bitch say, if you want to take it outside, you want to take it outside. Jasmine Crockett represents a district in Houston. You think she want to take it outside with Jasmine Crockett? See, she want to have little points that they're going to show over and over on the news. You think that bitch really want to take it outside? Now they act like none of that happened. They act like you don't know what do you want to take it outside mean. But they be in there bucking and fighting. Them men, them dumb Republican men be up in there trying to fight too. So,
words to be
I'm not
taken
gonna be a
down.
child.
I
I'm
am
not gonna
moving
be
to have
called a
those
child
words
by
taken
any of
down. I
you.
believe it's against
and it's out of order for her to be talking over his motion. Oh my God.
the rules. To
Going
incite
outside doesn't
violence
incite
against
violence.
another.
Well, so why do you think she continues to talk over this man? Because he's a black man. These are the people who are in charge of our government. They feel that they can do anything they want to you. Okay, let's continue.
Have a conversation that isn't.
The committee will
interrupting this
suspend,
committee.
the member will state the words he wishes taken down.
Where she said that we can take it outside, which is direct violation against the rules, inciting violence against another member.
My 50-year-old husband was skeptical about these chair workouts until he saw his results. He had
Hold on, I'm sorry.
hadn't exercised in years and didn't know where to start.
How does that incite violence?
Mr. Chairman, there are.
Now she's all quiet as the white people are talking. You saw how she immediately shut her motherfucking mouth when the white people start talking? And now they're going to go through a whole rigmarole about this. Now, let's see. Now they said, obviously, she incited violence. You're not supposed to be doing this in the halls of Congress. But let's see what they find wrong with what Jasmine Crockett did.
If I might point out, Mr. Chairman, there are decorum rules in the House of Representatives.
And the two parliamentarians are discussing this right now. We'll suspend for a second. All right. The chair's going to make a rule. What the gentlelady said was, we can take this outside if you want. And
Okay, so
that could mean you could go outside and have a cup of coffee or perhaps a beer, or, I mean, we have
seriously,
lots of conversations. Conversations outside. So I'm going to rule that it was just
that it's okay.
that it's okay.
All right, and then point of inquiry.
And remember, this is a slippery slope you're going down, because we have.
Oh, you're
disagreements
going
in
down
this
the slippery
committee, as you
slope.
know.
So just to be clear, in this committee, we can ask, we can threaten violence on someone as long as excuse me.
I did not threaten violence. I threatened no violence. I threatened no violence.
There was no violence.
As long as at the end.
I threatened no violence. None. You're making shit up as you go along. You might want want to
Okay,
figure this one out.
Order. There was
I
no
thought you were
Chairman.
cursing today.
no violence.
Mr. Chairman,
No violence.
I'm going to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm going to
Chairman, I have
appeal the ruling
a
of the
point of
chair.
inquiry,
State
and I
your
apologize
point.
because I had a meeting and came right down. Is it true that Ms. Mace was belittled by being called a child? Is that against our rules?
I would have to look up the rules. I don't know that it's
I'd like to
specifically in
appeal
the
the
rules.
ruling.
We asked for
Well,
proper decorum.
can we strike
asked
it then?
everybody
I'd like to have it
belong.
stricken.
Okay,
I'd
there's
have Ms. Crockett's word stricken then.
there's a motion.
I was talking all that time and I muted. She's sitting up here. Now she is up here cursing. Now she's up here cursing like a petulant child. But everybody gets to talk over this black man. You saw when the white man started talking, everybody shut their motherfucking mouth like they supposed to. She's up there. You're making up shit. Where are we electing our elected officials to go up in there and act like that? Is that what you expect of an elected leader when they are having discourse? They wouldn't be having discourse if the stupid bitch didn't think that it was okay to just start talking over Jasmine Crockett in the first place. Who interrupts them when it is their time to talk? They are the only people who do this dumb shit. And now we got a whole break, but we got to figure out a way to make it. Well, if you're gonna make a point about her telling her, let's take it outside, we gotta find a point against Jasmine Crockett. Let's continue.
Motion. You have a motion, Mr. Frost?
I move to appeal the ruling of the chair.
There's a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair. Chair recognizes Mr.
And
Gosar.
there's
I
also
move
a
to
motion
table.
to strike words, Mr. Chairman.
I move to table, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion.
Motion to take down words, sorry.
There's a motion to table. The motion is not debatable okay, the motion is not debatable. All those in favor of, okay. We're going to vote on the motion to table by Mr. Gosar, to table Mr. Frost's appeal. So the motion is not debatable. As all in favor of Mr. Gosar's motion to table Mr. Frost's amendment or motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the
Mr.
ayes
Chair, I
have
ask for a
it.
recorded vote.
The motion is agreed to. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll. We have to do that right now. Clerk will call the roll. Would the clerk report the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22, the nays are 17.
The motion to table passes. Now we will go back to debate, and I believe it was Ms. Crockett with 2 minutes and 57 seconds remaining.
Mr. Chairman. I have a
Mr.
motion.
Chair, I actually had more time than that, but
Mr. Chairman, I have
I
a
can
quick
finish
motion.
up in the 2:40.
Chairman, I have
I
a
was-
quick, Mr. Chairman, I have a,
We'll give you 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick motion.
Oh, wait a minute, Chair recognize Mr. Donalds.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move to structured debate for 15 minutes on Ms. Crockett's amendment.
Motion and second to structure debate for 15 minutes. All those
Now we gotta
in favor.
let
signify by
everybody
saying aye.
argue with her for
Aye.
15 minutes.
Any opposed? No.
No,
Motion passes to limit debate to 15
Mr.
minutes.
Chair, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Really? Did they say really when they just asked for a recorded vote the last time? Really? Bitch,
All right,
you want a recorded
The
vote?
clerk will, the
How
clerk will
dare
call the
you, black
roll
bitch.
on Mr. Donald's motion to limit debate to 15 minutes to each.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman. Are we in the middle of debating this motion?
I don't believe it's debatable, is it?
I,
It is debatable.
He don't even know what he's doing up there. I don't believe he's a fucking. Now they talking
The motion
about
to debate
quali-
has already
being
passed. I
qualified.
apologize. So now we're on the vote to, the clerk's calling the
A
vote
black
Right,
must be
a recorded
qualified.
vote.
He don't
Recorded
even know
vote.
what he's
Thank you.
doing.
on Mr. Donald's motion to limit debate 15 minutes. All right, the clerk will report the vote tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 23, the nays are 16.
All right, the motion passes for Mr. Donalds to limit debate to 15 minutes. Ms. Crockett will get her remaining 4 minutes, and then each side will have 7.5 additional minutes if necessary. So the chair recognizes Ms. Crockett for the remainder of her 4 minutes that don't count towards the limit to debate. Then from there on, if there's further requests for debate, there'll be 7.5 minutes each time. Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett for her remaining 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The final points that I was going to make is while this amendment has to do with civil rights, for whatever reason, the colleague on the other side of the aisle decided to attack Democrats and pretend as if we do not look out for women. And I want to be clear that it's Democrats that were pushing for the Equal Rights Amendment, and I don't recall any Republicans supporting us having the Equal Rights Amendment. I also want to make it clear that just because someone fantasizes or wants to be dramatic about the idea of someone could be a quote unquote man in a locker room or in a bathroom, I've yet to hear an actual testimony of someone who, for whatever reason, has experienced this in real time. But I can tell you some real numbers and some real facts because I don't like to live in fantasy when I'm talking about how I'm going to govern for the American people. The facts are, in my state alone, in the state of Texas, once they decided that they were going to overturn the Roe decision, 26,000 women then ended up raped. 26,000 is what we had reported. And that was only within about a year's time span. And when they reported those rapes, none of them seemed to have anything to do with trans folk. And I don't recall any legislation to help out those women in Texas and beyond that are actually dying. We're not projecting may die, but are actually dying or have died in southern states that have decided that they wanted to go after our reproductive freedom. So as a woman in this country, as a Texan, and as a Black woman who, when we look at the numbers, and I believe in data and science, and I know that that escapes a lot of people in this chamber, but the numbers are clear that specifically Black women have always struggled when it came down to the maternal mortality rates in general. The fact that somebody who looks like me, no matter how much money they have, because I can remind you of a very wealthy tennis star that almost lost her life while trying to give birth. Some things I honestly just don't think should be partisan. And frankly, I do believe in privacy because honestly, I don't want none of y'all making decisions if I ever end up pregnant and have to decide what it takes for me to save my life. And I give the same opportunity for other women in this country to make decisions as they see fit. So while we look at how we protect women completely differently, I can tell you that at least in the 766,000 women or 766,000 constituents that I represent, I have had them come to me concerned about whether or not they could survive childbirth. But I have not had a single person in my district tell me that they were concerned that they may be raped by a trans person. So if there is an issue to solve in this country based on facts, data, and statistics, I think that we need to look at the type of healthcare that we are going to advance for women in this country. And with that, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields back. We're going to now go into the 15-minute.
Okay, so a stupid ass Byron Donalds is the one who made the motion that they should have 15 minutes to debate her. No, How come? See, everybody, no, we need 15 minutes to break this black woman down. And who is Brian Donalds? He's a motherfucking coon ass nigga. Okay, so that's what what do you guys think about this? We have to get our talking points in over her, because y'all know she good, and people have been praising her too much and inviting her on too many shows, and her views are getting out here too bad. So I vote that we get 15 minutes to break this black woman down. Sounds familiar? Bush, in the bushes, yeah, it does sound like the beef sector. It definitely sounds like the beef sector. Headed by a bunch of niggas. Ugh. They not ready for her. Good morning, Truth and Reason. Okay. Hey, Angie. Did I speak, Angie? Good morning, everybody who's here. Now, let's go over this confirmation hearing. Oh my God, that damn dog. Can y'all hear my TV in the back? Here we go. I want to share the highlights. I'm not going to share the whole thing because it's totally repugnant. And some senator comes and introduces him. Now, they only were allowed one round of questioning. And this is the chair, the white hair guy. Wait a minute. The two white hair guys in the center. The one on the left, he's the chair, and the other white guy, he's the co-chair. So they only allowed one round of questioning, and the co-chair said, well, when we were nominating this one or that one, we had 2 and 3 rounds of, well, no, we're going to go with what we decided back in September. So they would not allow them but 7 minutes, and this is the most important. One of the most important positions that they're about to give this drunk lush who had grape allegations put upon him that he paid the woman off and made her sign a NDA that she can't talk about. And you're going to hear a whole lot of other things. Let's see if he's qualified to run this $8 trillion budget. And when he's asked about these things, they didn't even do a full FBI investigation on him. So one of the questions were, if we do a full FBI investigation on you, where we are able to talk to that woman who has the NDA and your ex-wives, will you approve that? Well, I'm not in charge of the investigation. I'm not, it's let me shut up. Okay, so when you find them chanting USA, you know what it is. You know what it is. Okay, let's get to the first question. There's the introduction. Oh, and is this a black wife he got back here? This is wife number 3. Is she black?
We took our brand new software company.
God damn it. Damn commercial. Hold on. Maybe she's Hawaiian or something. I don't know what she is. But that's his wife back there in the burgundy. Now that's his opening lie. Let me get to what I want to show you. Here we go. Questions. Jack Reed, he's the co-chair who wants more time, but they won't give it to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Hegseth, to you and to your family. Thank you for the meeting that we had. We talked about a number of things. First and foremost was that nuclear weapons are foundational to our national defense.
Okay, now you will remember her. Deb Fisher of Nebraska. If you don't remember her, that's the bitch whose husband wouldn't shake Kamala's hand when she was being sworn in. Okay, so We know what it's giving
And
with
having
her.
a safe, effective, and credible nuclear deterrent underpins our alliance.
So we gonna
Three
fuck that
administration.
bitch. Here we go.
Short here. What is your plan to revitalize the industrial base in this country?
Needs to be real short.
Real short.
Serious investment targeted at systems that we truly need by also incentivizing competition and laser focus from the OSD, from the Office of Secretary of Defense, to all the particular strategic initiatives to revive them. So it's not just one system, it's multiple systems.
You may want to expand on that on the record. At this point, my colleagues, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter organized by a group called Flag Officers for America, which has 120 retired generals and admirals offering their support for Mr. Hex's nomination. I ask unanimous consent. Without objection, it is entered into the record. Senator Shaheen.
Okay, and what I also want you to notice, after every round of hard questioning, this chair always want to present a letter. And some of the letters that he's presenting, I want to present a letter from his co-workers who said that he was X, Y, and Z, and ZX, and ZZZ. I want to present a letter. And when the Democrats are presenting, okay, you'll see it. Let's go. I'm not going to show all the Republican questions, but I want you to see how important that he thinks that the troops need to be trained, and they need to be trained because they're not trained, because it's been too much DEI and critical race theory and climate change, when they are the ones who have to go out and defend our streets because of what climate change how climate change has ravaged our nation. But there's a question about when I remember Trump, that the George Floyd protest, when Trump told his last State Department person to call the armed service out to shoot the protesters in the leg. And he told him, no, I will not do that. They asked him, would he have taken the order? And he filibustered on it. He would not answer that question. So that tells you, yes, he will. So like I told you, Project 2025 said that they will put the military on any protesters to stop protesting. And this is the man who would make that decision. And he would not answer the question. If Trump had told him to shoot those protesters in Washington, D.C., remember when Trump walked out and went across the street to that church and held the Bible upside down and talking about all his faith and all this shit. Let's continue.
Good morning, Mr. Hegseth.
Good morning, Senator.
I was pleased.
But he didn't tell you. He just told the main guy, what is it? Over the Department of Defense to shoot the protesters in the leg while he was holding up that Bible. Did he tell y'all that? No, he didn't tell y'all that. Let's continue.
Pleased when I was contacted on your behalf about meeting before this hearing. I've been on this committee since 2011, and during that time, I voted to confirm 6 nominees to be Secretary of Defense from 3 administrations, 2 Democratic and 1 Republican.
Hey, it's Danielle with 4 Patriots.
Oh, another commercial.
I have
Hold
an
on.
incredible deal to share with you today. One that'll help you stay strong and
administration. Every one of those nominees met with me and my Democratic colleagues on this committee before the hearing. So as you can imagine, I was disappointed when no one ever followed up. When we followed up with your office, you were not able to meet. Do you understand?
Okay. No one, they wanted to meet with him before this confirmation hearing to talk to him. And every Democrat who questions him says the same thing. They kept him tucked away. His schedule was so busy, but every Republican said, I was so glad to meet with you before this, and we had good talks and good conversation. Every Democrat he refused to meet with. And this is I forget what. Let me
understand that if you're confirmed to be Secretary of Defense, that you will have a responsibility to meet with all members of this committee, not just Republicans?
Senator, I very much appreciate and understand the traditionally bipartisan nature of this committee. Their national defense is not partisan. It should not be about Republicans.
But you didn't meet with any of the Democrats. Let's continue.
Republicans or Democrats. And so
Thank
I
you.
look forward to working together with you and your colleagues on priorities facing this nation. Yes.
I think we would expect that. And one reason that I wanted to meet with you was because I thought it would be really helpful to better understand your views on women in the military. Because you've made a number of surprising statements about women serving in the military. As recently as November the 7th of 2024 on the Sean Ryan Show, you said, and I quote, I'm straight up saying that we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective. The quote went on a little longer, but that was the gist of it. That was before you were nominated to be Secretary of Defense. Mr. Hegseth, do you know what percentage of our military is comprised of women?
I believe it's 18 to 20%, Senator.
It's almost 18%. And in fact, DOD's 2023 demographic report indicated that there are more women serving now, and there are fewer separations. So they make up a critical part of our military. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am. Women in our military, as I have said publicly, have and continue to make amazing contributions across all aspects of our battlefield.
Well, you also write in your book, The War on Warriors, with the chapter, The Deadly Obsession with Women Warriors, that, quote, not only are women comparatively less effective than men in combat roles, but they are more likely to be objectified by the enemy and their own nation in the moral realms of war. Mr. Hegseth, should we take it to believe that you believe that the two women on this committee who have served honorably and with distinction made our military less effective and less capable?
I'm incredibly grateful for the two women who've served our military in uniform, and including in the Central Intelligence Agency, contributions on the battlefield, indispensable contributions. Senator, I would like to clarify, when I'm talking about that issue, it's not about the capabilities of men and women, it's about standards. And this committee has talked a lot about standards.
Everything is about, and let me make sure, everything is about standards. So he wants to make sure that the military have high standards. He's not talking about them being women. He's talking about standards. But, well, how come he didn't say women should, the standards shouldn't be changed to help women achieve? Then they get to talking about the weight of the things that they have to carry, and when you have to carry that, and it, you know, you have an extra 100 pounds on you, and blah 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 blah. No, he didn't talk about none of that, because if the women cannot excel in their job and doing the job and carry that extra pounds, you just don't want them in combat. So let's be clear. So now it's a different story. So he said that last year before he was nominated for the defense secretary position. But now he believes none of that. You're misunderstanding. Okay, let me continue.
Standards that we unfortunately over time have seen eroded in certain duty positions, certain schools, certain places, which affects readiness, which is what I care about the most. Readiness on the battlefield.
I appreciate that.
And so my comments point time and time again to standards.
Your statements publicly have not been to that effect. After your nomination, you did state to a group of reporters that you, quote, support all women serving in our military today who do a fantastic job across the globe, including combat. So what I'm confused about, Mr. Hegseth, is which is it? Why should women in our military, if you were the Secretary of Defense, believe that they would have a fair shot and an equal opportunity to rise through the ranks. If on the one hand, you say that women are not competent, they make our military less effective, and on the other hand, you say, oh no, now that I've been nominated to be the secretary.
Is that too fast? Can you guys understand that? I speeded it up very little. Hey, Ray Triggs. Hey, Bush Baby. I need to one in the chat if it's going too fast. Thank you, very Carrie. Okay. I'm not going to play the whole thing. They only get 7 minutes.
Secretary of Defense, I've changed my view on women in the military. What do you have to say to the almost 400,000 women who are serving today about your position on whether they should be capable to rise through the highest ranks of our military?
Senator, I would say I would be honored to have the opportunity to serve alongside you, shoulder to shoulder, men and women, black, white, all backgrounds, with a shared purpose. Our differences are not what define us. Our unity and our shared purpose is what define us, and you will be treated fairly and with dignity, honor, and respect, just like every man and woman in uniform, just like the men and women that I've worked with in my veterans organizations, to include when I was a headquarters and headquarters company commander in the Minnesota National Guard.
Well, I appreciate your 11th
well.
hour conversion, but Mr. Chairman, for the record, I would like to submit Chapter 5, The Deadly Obsession with Women Warriors, for the record. Mr. Hegseth,
But without objection, it will be submitted. and
are you
accepted.
familiar with the Women, Peace, and Security agenda at the Department of Defense?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
This is a law that was signed during President-elect Trump's first term. It was legislation that I sponsored with Republican Senator Capito of West Virginia. It was co-sponsored by Marco Rubio, the nominee to be the President-elect's Secretary of State. It was led in the House of Representatives by Kristi Noem, the President-elect's nominee to be the Secretary of Homeland Security. It mandates that women be included in all aspects of our national security, including conflict resolution and peace negotiations. And at the Department of Defense, it has been the law for 8 years. Under both the Trump and Biden administrations, the DoD has incorporated women throughout its decision-making as a result. Every single combatant commander across 2 administrations has told this committee that this law and its implementation at the Department of Defense provides them a strategic advantage operationally. Based on your comments,
most people have no clue that in 2024, the best way to...
They went in and put their commercials in.
for women in this country, but for women across the globe, 50% of the world's population, as the prospective nominee to lead the most combat-credible military in the entire world, is that women should not have an equal opportunity in our military. So will you commit to preserving the Women, Peace, and Security law at DoD and including in your budget the requisite funding to continue to restore and resource these programs throughout the DoD?
Senator, I will commit to reviewing that program and ensuring it aligns.
So that's a no. That is a no. He's going to review it and say that it is not up to snuff, and therefore he's cutting it. Okay, let's go.
Aligns with America First national security priorities, meritocracy.
Well, and this America First and national priorities. What is this America First? And this is some made up bullshit that they have made up. We're going on an America First agenda. And you're just supposed to okay, we're going on the America First agenda. Where is that written into any law? Where is that detailed what this agenda is? You're going to hear this America First. Like this is a real thing. But what she asked him about is a real bill that Donald Trump signed into law his last when he was last in office. But he can't tell her that he's going because it protects women. Okay, let's continue.
Meritocracy, lethality, and readiness. And if it advances American interests, it's something we would advance. If it doesn't, it's something we would look at.
Since former President Trump signed the law,
if it doesn't, it's already in law.
He agrees with you.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. At this point, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 5 letters of support from female service members in combat.
See, now he got 5 letters from females in combat. He always do this. Now, I think this is a little ass kissing right here. Y'all may want to see.
However, I would point out, ensuring that standards are equal and high is of importance to him and great importance to me. Because in those ground combat roles, what is true is that the weight of the ruck on your back doesn't change. The weight of the 155 round that you have to carry doesn't change. The weight of the 240 Bravo machine gun you might have to carry doesn't change. And so whether it's a man or a woman, they have to meet the same high standards. And Senator, in any place.
See, he's talking about all these high standards, the high standards he never had. Okay, let's get, now she was actually in the service. So let's get this ass whooping
And
right
particularly
here.
your public statements, because
In uniform, as you know full well, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Higseth.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. At this point, I ask unanimous consent to offer to the record a letter submitted by Omar Abbasi, son of former city council president of Samarra, Iraq, who worked with Mr. Hegseth in Iraq. Without objection, that will be entered. Senator Gillibrand.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I do want to thank you for your service, and I want to thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity.
Thank you, Senator.
I have many concerns about your record, and particularly your public statements, because they are so hurtful to the men and women who are currently serving in the U.S. military, harmful to morale, harmful to good order and discipline. If you are saying that women shouldn't be serving in the military, and I'm going to read you your quotes, because the quotes themselves are terrible. You will have to change how you see women to do this job well, and I don't know if you are capable of that. So I want to press on these issues that my colleague Jean Shaheen brought up, because she said it so well. So first of all, you answered your questionnaire. Do you believe that any American who wants to serve in their country in the military and can meet objective standards set by the military should be allowed to serve without limitation? You've said yes to that question. But then in all of these other circumstances, you've denigrated active duty service members. We have hundreds of women who are currently in the infantry, lethal members of our military serving in the infantry, but you degrade them. You say, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units. So specific to Senator Cotton's question, because Senator Cotton was giving you layups to differentiate between different types of combat. And specifically, as secretary, would you take any action to reinstitute the combat arms exclusion for female service members, knowing full well you have hundreds of women doing that job right now? And the standards, you're 2 miles.
But he could not say that he would reauthorize it when you got hundreds of women doing it right now. But he has to go over it, and if they're meeting the standards, no, you don't want women in these roles. They want to just put you in these low roles in the service. They don't want you to advance. They don't want you to be in command of anything. They don't want you to make the money in anything. They don't want you to be able to make money in anything after you get out of the service. Let's be clear that this being in command in the service, once you're out of the service, you can also get a good high paying job. They don't want anything. They want that for the white man only. And that's why they are saying that you have to be so ready, and you have to show that you are up to snuff. And we're going to review everybody who already are in these positions, including women and Black men who have excelled in the military. Are you hearing this? I hope we're hearing this. Okay, let's continue.
2 Mile Run, Tom, is about the Army Combat Fitness Test. It is not the requirements to have an MOS 11 Bravo, which is the infantry. These are the requirements today for people serving in the industry, men and women. They are gender neutral, and they are very difficult to meet. They have not been reduced in any way, and our combat units, our infantry is lethal. So please explain specifically, because you will be in charge of 3 million personnel. It is a big job. And when you make these public statements, and I get you were not Secretary of Defense then, I get you were on TV, I get you were helping veterans, I get it was a different job. But most recently, you said this in November of 2024, knowing full well you might have been named as Secretary of Defense. So please explain these types of statements, because they're brutal and they're mean.
This portable warm air blaster will be in every home in America.
Respect men and women who are willing to die for this country.
Well, Senator, I appreciate your comments, and I would point out I've never disparaged women serving in the military. I respect every single female service member that has put on the uniform, past and present. My critiques, Senator, recently.
Didn't she just read? He said he liked moms, and but they shouldn't be in active combat. But he ain't never disrespected women who are actually in active combat. Let's continue.
In the past, and from personal experience, have been instances where I've seen standards lowered, and you mentioned 11 Alpha, 11 Bravo, MOS.
There have been instances where I have seen standards lower. So what is he going to raise these standards? And, everybody going to get in on the good old boy. Are we going back to the good old boy time of wink and a nod? Y'all didn't meet the standards. Y'all didn't count the right amount of jelly beans in the jar. You can't do it. You can't do it because y'all are not meeting the standards that we white men are meeting. Let's continue.
MOS, places in units, and the book that has been referenced multiple times here, The War on Warriors. I spent months talking to active duty service members, men and women, low ranks, high ranks, combat arms and not combat arms. And what each and every one of them told me, and which personal instances have shown me, is that in ways direct, indirect, overt, and subtle, standards have been changed inside infantry training units, Ranger School, infantry battalions to ensure that
Give me one
commanders
example.
meet.
Please give me an example. I get you're making.
Okay, so now he's saying, with all this talking to people and this and where's your data, bitch? Where is your real data? Now she came right back. Give me one example. He's saying, with all this talking that I did to write my little piddly book to make money, these people told me that the standards have been changed. So let's see if he's going to be able to give her an example when asked. Let's continue.
These
Commanders
generalized
meet
statements.
quotas to have a certain number of female infantry officers or infantry enlisted, and that disparages those women who are
Commanders do
incredibly
not have to
capable
be
of meeting
quotas
that
for the infantry.
standard.
Commanders do not have to have a quota for women in the infantry. That does not.
And now he sat up there and the standards has changed. And then he just totally act like he didn't hear her question to finish his lie because they had to meet quotas and they don't have to meet quotas. So he's a fucking liar. And he's trying to backpedal and pussy pop, talking about he's talked to people who said that they had to change things to meet quotas, and there's no such thing as meeting quotas. Now look at the look on his face when she tells him they don't have to meet quotas. I interrupted that. Let me go back to that little section.
Their country in the military and can meet objective standards set by the military should be allowed to serve without limitation. You've said yes to that question. But then in all of these other circumstances, you've denigrated active duty service members. We have hundreds of women who are currently in the infantry, lethal members of our military serving in the infantry, but you degrade them. You say, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units. So specific to Senator Cotton's question, because Senator Cotton was giving you layups to differentiate between different types of combat. And specifically, as secretary, would you take any action to reinstitute the combat arms exclusion for female service members? No. Please give me an example. I get you're making these
Commanders
generalized
meet
statements. Infantry is lethal. So please explain specifically, because you will be in charge of 3 million personnel. It is a big job. And when you make these public statements, and I get you were not Secretary of Defense then, I get you were on TV, I get you were helping veterans, I get it was a different job. But most recently, you said this in November of 2024, knowing full well you might have been named as Secretary of Defense. So please explain these types of statements, because they're brutal and they're mean and they disrespect men and women who are willing to die for this country.
Well, Senator, I appreciate your comments. And I would point out, I've never disparaged women serving in the military. I respect every single female service member that has put on the uniform, past and present. My critiques, Senator, recently and in the past, and from personal experience, have been instances where I've seen standards lowered, and you mentioned 11 Alpha, 11 Bravo, MOS, places in units, and the book that has been referenced multiple times here, The War on Warriors. I spent months talking to active duty service members, men and women, low ranks, high ranks, combat arms and not combat arms. And what each and every one of them told me, and which personal instances have shown me, is that in ways direct, indirect, overt, and subtle, standards have been changed inside infantry training units, Ranger School, infantry battalions to ensure that
Give me one
commanders
example. Please give me an example. I get you're making these
commanders
generalized
meet
statements.
quotas to have a certain number of female infantry officers or infantry enlisted, and that disparages those women who are
Commanders do
incredibly
not have to
capable
be
of meeting
quotas
that
for the
standard.
infantry. Commanders do not have to have a quota for women in the infantry. That does not exist. It does not exist. And your statements are creating the impression that these exist, because they do not. There are not quotas. We want the most lethal force. But I'm telling you, having been here for 15 years, listening to testimony about men and women in combat and the type of operations that were successful in Afghanistan and in Iraq, women were essential for many of those units. When Ranger units went in to find where the terrorists hiding in Afghanistan or in Iraq, if they had a woman in the unit, they could go in, talk to the women in a village, say, where are the terrorists hiding? Where are the weapons hiding? And get crucial information to make sure that we can win that battle. So just, you cannot denigrate women in general, and your statements do that. We don't want women in the military, especially in combat. What a terrible statement. So please, do not deny that you made those statements. You have. We take the responsibility of standards very seriously, and we will work with you. I'm equally distressed you would not meet with me before this hearing. We could have covered all of this before you came here, so I could get to the 15 other questions that I want to get to. So women, you have denigrated. You have also denigrated members of the LGBTQ community. Did you know that when Don't Ask, Don't Tell was in place, we lost so many crucial personnel, over 1,000 in mission critical areas. We lost 10% of all our foreign language speakers because of a political policy. You said in your statement, you don't want politics in the DOD. Everything you've said in these public statements is politics. I don't want women. I don't want moms. What's wrong with a mom, by the way? Once you have babies, you therefore are no longer able to be lethal. I mean, you're basically saying women after they have children can't ever serve in the military in a combat role. It's a silly thing to say. It's a silly thing to say beneath the position that you are aspiring to. To denigrate LGBTQ service members is a mistake. If you are a sharpshooter, you're as lethal regardless of what your gender identity is, regardless of who you love. So please know this to be a true statement. So you say it was a political thing. You say it undermined us, social engineering. I don't know why someone having to publicly say or not publicly say who they love is social engineering. I think having that policy in the first place was highly problematic. And anybody should be able to serve in the military if they meet the standards.
Senator, as the president has stated, I don't disagree with the overturn of Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Great, because I don't want you thinking, can't serve if you're a mom, can't serve if you're LGBTQ, and then last, can't serve if you're a leftist. The statements you said about people who have views differently than you, that we're the enemy. Are you saying that 50% of the DOD, if they hold liberal views or leftist views or are Democrats, are not welcome in the military? Are you saying that?
Senator, I volunteered to deploy to Afghanistan under Democrat President Barack Obama. I also volunteered to guard the inauguration of Joe Biden, but was denied the opportunity to serve because I was identified as an extremist by my own unit for a Christian tattoo.
Thank you very much. Senator Gillibrand, you held up a document. And referred to it during your questioning. Would you like that entered into the record?
Absolute requirement for the Department of Defense and the men and women in uniform. There's no doubt about that. In this particular case, as far as spectrum, I look forward, as I've said before, getting a full class of, by the, who will attest that every dollar at Vets for Freedom,
a deficit by financial management that we have before. I want to join in expressing appreciation and respect for your service to our country, and thanks to all the veterans who are here today, and thank you for your service as the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee. I hope we can focus on doing better for our veterans and doing better in management of the Department of Defense. There's always room for improvement. I think what we need in that position is not just better, but the best in financial management, because those decisions are life and death decisions affecting the 3.4 million Americans who serve our national security and our national defense and put their lives on.
I'm sorry. Sometimes this thing put me on mute. I want to talk about that Christian tattoo. There was his own regiment that said that he was an extremist. And he wants you to believe that it was because his Christian tattoo. No, it was because also the shit that they heard coming out of your mouth. They have talked about the shit that has come out of your mouth, and you trying to act like you didn't say these or you didn't mean what you were saying. So if your own battalion said that you were an extremist, was it not because of what they heard you spew among them? Let's continue. Now we're talking about how he handle finance. He's going to have an $800 trillion budget. Then let's see what he's done with his budgets for his nonprofits that he was over.
On the line, I want to talk about financial mismanagement at the two organizations that you headed, which are the only test of your financial management that we have before this committee, the Veterans for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. You took over the Veterans for Freedom in 2007. In 2008, you raised $8.7 million, but spent more than $9 million, creating a deficit. By January 2009, you told donors that the organization had less than $1,000 in the bank and debts of $434,000. By 2010, revenue at the Veterans for Freedom had dropped to about $265,000. In the next year, it had dropped further to $22,000. You don't dispute these numbers, do you?
Senator, I'm extremely proud of the work me and my fellow vets did at Vets for Freedom. A bunch of young vets with no political experience, a small group, working hard every single day. We raised donor funds. And I took, and we have letters submitted for the record.
And you notice how he just didn't answer the question. You notice how he just didn't answer the question. And he continues to talk over people. Let's continue.
From almost everyone that worked with me every single day, including our chief operating officer, who will attest that every dollar we raised was used intentionally toward the execution of our mission, which is supporting the warfighters, exactly why we're here today, the warfighters in the Iraq surge. There was a campaign in 2008, Senator. It was Barack Obama versus John McCain. We believe John McCain would be the right person to win, and so we spent more.
Tax returns from that organization.
I'm glad they're for the record.
I'm going to ask to be entered into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
These tax returns are yours. They have your signature. And I'm going to ask that members of the committee review them because they're the only documents. I've asked for others.
The real cause of sunspots on our skin.
Hi, sorry.
That would presumably document, it should have documented this kind of financial mismanagement. And these are the 990s from that organization. By the year of 2011, donors had become so dissatisfied with that mismanagement, they in effect ousted you. They merged that organization with Military Families United. And thereafter, you joined a second organization as executive director.
In between, Senator, I went to Harvard University for 2 years and Afghanistan.
I want to ask you questions about Concerned Veterans for America. Again, another set of tax returns, the 990s from that organization. I ask they be made part of the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, both of those returns are now part.
You see, he wanted to interject. In between that time, I went to Harvard University. But Michelle Obama and Kamala Harris, they are not intelligent Black women, no matter what university they went to. They're stupid Black women. So, but I need to interject. You must realize that in between that time where I fucked off all of that money for that organization, I went to Harvard. Let's continue.
Part of the record.
2011 to 2016. At the end of 2013, shortfall of $130,000. At the end of 2014, shortfall of $428,000. You had a surplus the following year, but then another deficit of $437,000. By the time you left, that organization had deep debts, including credit card transaction debts of about $75,000. That isn't the kind of fiscal management we want at the Department of Defense. We can't tolerate it at the Department of Defense. That's an organization with a budget of $850 billion, not 10 or 15 million, which was the case at those.
Imagine what he'll put on the credit card with that type of money on in his hands. Imagine what type of fucking credit card debt. Imagine what he will be putting on the credit card with a 800 and something billion dollar coffers at his disposal. Let's continue.
Those two organizations, and it has command responsibility for 3.4 million Americans. The highest number that you managed in those two organizations was maybe 50 people. Let me ask you, how many men and women now serve in the United States Army? What is Sen's strength?
Senator, I would like an opportunity to respond to
I've asked you a
impugning of
question.
my
How many-
leadership of
how
a
many men
veterans
and women
organization. Concerned
currently
Veterans for
serve?
America, you're on the VA committee, sir, and I appreciate your service there. The VA Accountability Act and the Mission Act were all brainchilds of Concerned Veterans for America. We used our donor money very intentionally and focused to create policy that bettered the lives of veterans.
Mr. Hegseth, I'm asking you a very simple question. How many men and women currently serve in the United States Army?
Senator, the United States Army, 450,000 on active duty, sir.
And how many in the Navy?
And the Navy is 425, sir.
Well, it's 337 this year. How many in the Marine Corps?
175,000, sir.
172,300. Those numbers dwarf any experience you had by many multiples. I don't believe that you can tell this committee or the people of America that you are qualified to lead them. I would support you as the spokesperson for the Pentagon. I don't dispute your communication skills, but I believe that we are entitled to the facts here. I've asked for more documents. I assume you'd be willing to submit to an expanded FBI background check that interviews your colleagues, accountants, ex-wives, former spouses, sexual assault survivors, and others, and enable them to come forward.
Senator, I'm not in charge of FBI background checks.
Oh, you could have simply said yes. Yes, of course you can. I don't know why they limited it to check. That has nothing to do with me, but of course you can. Let's continue.
But you would submit to it and support it.
I'm not in charge of FBI background checks.
Thank you.
That wasn't what he asked you. He said, but would you submit to it and support it? I'm not in charge of FBI. Yeah, so why wouldn't they do a thorough FBI check on him? But he wants to make sure that the standards are so high, and he's going to review all the combat things regarding to women, and all of the black generals, they are going to go under review because the standards and quotas that have been set up, that quotas that don't exist, we find out. Let's continue.
Senator Blumenthal, I at this point want to submit a letter from Captain Wade Zirkle, the founder of Vets for Freedom and the person who hired Pete Hegseth to run the organization. Although the 2008 financial crisis.
Okay, so now you don't have to say all of this to submit a letter. And here go this ass kisser. She was also in the service, but she is licking his ass. I dropped the link if you want to hear this. I don't know. I'm trying to get to the Republicans and with the DEI. Oh, she's good. You got to hear this one.
Flying under the radar for
Hold
quite
up.
some.
You got to hear this one. She gonna rat-a-tat-tat that ass.
To do the job. And I do appreciate the comments of Ranking Member Reed with his concerns regarding your nomination, because I share those concerns. As part of my responsibility as a member of this committee to ensure the fitness of all nominees to come before any of the committees on which I sit, I ask the following two initial questions. First, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
Senator, I was falsely accused in October of 2017 It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
I don't think completely cleared is accurate, but the fact is that your own lawyer said that you entered into an NDA and paid a person who accused you of raping her a sum of money to make sure that she did not file a complaint. Moving on. As Secretary, you will be in charge of maintaining good order and discipline by enforcing the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ. In addition to the sexual assault allegations, and by the way, the answer to my second question should have been yes. I have read multiple reports of your regularly being drunk at work, including by people who worked with you at Fox News. Do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Senator, those
Yes
are
or no?
That's a yes or no question. And notice he don't answer. Let's continue.
False anonymous reports peddled by NBC
Do you
News
know
that
that
run directly
drinking on the job
contradictory to the
is-
dozens of men and women.
That doesn't have anything to do with the allegations against you. Do you know that being drunk on the job is an offense? Yeah, yes, I do. And then you can add, but he never answers the question.
At Fox News
contemplated
Channel,
on it.
who
I'm not
I work
hearing-
with,
I'm
who
not
came
hearing
on
the
the
answer to my
record
question.
and said they've
In your
never
opening
seen
statement,
that.
Mr. Hicks, said you commit to holding leaders accountable at all levels. That includes you, of course. And frankly, as Secretary, you will be on the job 24/7. You recently promised some of my Republican colleagues that you stopped drinking and won't drink if confirmed, correct?
Absolutely.
Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
I've made this commitment on behalf of
Will
the
you
men and women I'm
resign as
serving.
Secretary of Defense
I've
if
made this
you
commitment
drink
on
on the
behalf of
job?
the men and women I'm serving.
I'm not
because it's
hearing-
the most important deployment
I'm not
of my
hearing an
life.
answer to my question, so I'm going to move on. While you have made that commitment, you will not commit to resigning if you drink on the job. As Secretary of
Oh, I love her. I am not hearing an answer to my question, so I'm going to move on. I'm going to say that you will not resign if found drinking on the job. That I love it, love it, love it. And that's exactly what he's saying. Let's continue.
Secretary of Defense, you will swear an oath to the Constitution and not an oath to any man, woman, or president, correct?
Senator, on multiple occasions, including as a young second lieutenant, I have sworn an oath to the
Answer is
Constitution,
yes.
and I'm proud to do so. Yes, ma'am.
In June of 2020, then President Trump directed former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in downtown DC, an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit that was in Lafayette Square during those
Would you
events,
carry
holding
out
a
an
riot
order to
shield on
shoot
behalf of my
protesters
country.
in the legs?
I saw
as
50 Secret
directed
Service agents
to
get injured by
Secretary Esper?
rioters trying to jump over the fence, set
Again,
the church on fire, and
You
destroy
know
a
what? That sounds
statue.
to me that you will
Chaos.
comply with such an order.
Now he's talking about I saw rioters jumping over the fence and setting a church on fire. Yeah, but regardless of what you saw, that ain't the question. And regardless of what you saw, that is not the military job to go out and shoot them in the legs. And Asperger knew it. Let's continue. Let me listen to what he said he saw. I was there and I saw this deplorable stuff. And of course, you can be indignant and just shoot people and say that these are reasons I shot these people. Let's continue.
By force, or would you comply with an order to take over the Panama Canal?
Hold on.
Protesters in the legs in downtown DC, an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit that was in Lafayette Square during those
Would you
events,
carry
holding
out
a
an
riot
order to
shield on
shoot
behalf of my
protesters
country.
in the legs?
I saw 50
as
Secret Service
directed
agents
to
get injured by
Secretary Esper?
rioters trying to jump over the fence, set
Again,
the church on fire, and
You
destroy
know
a
what? That sounds
statue.
to me that you will
Chaos.
comply with such an order. You will shoot protesters in the leg. Moving on. President-elect has attacked our allies in recent weeks.
So she said it sounds like you will comply. You will shoot protesters in the leg. And he doesn't defute her. He doesn't say, no, you're taking what I'm saying out of context. So what he's saying is, yes, I will do whatever Trump tells me to do. Kind of like Project 2025 said that they will use the military to handle anybody who is protesting. Are we clear? Are we clear? Or are we over trying to get clear on shit about Castro Cannon and his man going through problems? Well, and we about to go through some problems, some real problems in real life. Are we clear? Let's continue.
Refusing to rule out using military force to take over Greenland and the Panama Canal, and threatening to make Canada the 51st state. Would you carry out an order from President Trump to seize Greenland, a territory of our NATO ally Denmark, by force, or would you comply with an order to take over the Panama Canal?
Senator, I will emphasize that President Trump received 77 million votes to be the lawful
We're not
commander-in-chief of
talking
this
about the
country.
election. My question is, would you use our military to take over Greenland or an ally of Denmark?
Senator, one of the things that President Trump is so good at is never strategically tipping his hand. And so I would never in this public forum give one way or another
So
direct what orders the president would
sounds
give
to
me
me-
in any context.
That sounds to me that you would contemplate carrying out such an order to basically invade Greenland and take over the Panama Canal.
One of our allies, and look at this ignorant motherfucker. The President Trump, our election gave us a mandate, and President Trump, I would never tip my hand. That does sound like a yes. That you're so stupid that you would take military force up against one of our allies. Oh, this fucking. And they want, okay, what the Secretary of Defense does, he is over $800 billion, and he is over all of our armed forces. I think, I forgot who asked. That's what, this is a job that he's up for. And he said that he would not answer the question if he would shoot protesters, United States protesters, if Trump told him to do it. And Project 2025 said that is the mission, to quell protests in the United States. So it's not like we did not hear about this. It's not like I hadn't told you that was prior to the election, that was what was in Project 2025. And if you voted Trump in, this is what you'd be getting. But a lot of people were so busy trying to be unique black Negroes, and y'all always vote for the Democrats, and everybody wanted to be unique and special and act like Trump had such good policies when Trump never put out not one policy while he was campaigning. He never mentioned one policy. But his name was mentioned in Project 2025 over 335 times. But then he tried to pretend like that wasn't his policy. He ain't never gave you no policy because his policy was already written up with his name in it and on it. But y'all act like y'all didn't hear, see, none of that, because y'all want to be unique. Y'all wanted to be unlike the average nigga. Well, you finna find out what kind of nigga you really are. Let's continue.
Canal.
Are your drainage holes often clogged with hair or other debris? Then you try this stainless steel floor.
Policy allows service members and eligible dependents to be reimbursed for travel associated with non-covered reproductive health care, including abortions. Will you maintain this common sense policy?
Senator, I've always been personally pro-life. I know President Trump has as well, and we will review all policies, but our stand.
That's a no. That's a no. That's a no. We will review all policies. Why? Who is he to review all these policies? He's going to review the policies on women in combat that has already been signed into law and that they are actually doing right now. But it need to be reviewed by this drunken rapist, alleged accused rapist, who had the accuser sign paid her off and sign an NDA. And he needs to review something about your body. Let's continue.
Our standard is whatever the president wants on this particular issue.
So,
with my advice, I will take a
if the
look at.
president
but
tells you that this
I don't
common
believe
sense
the federal-
policy will not be maintained, you will not enable our service members to seek reproductive care. So it
I
sounds
don't
like to
believe the
me.
federal government
I'm not
should be
hearing
funding
answers to my questions,
travel for
Mr.
abortion.
Chairman. I just want to note that the other area that was of serious concern to me is President Trump saying that he wants to use the military to help with mass deportations, which will cost billions of dollars. And what that will do to readiness is very, very concerning. Mr. Hegseth, I have noticed a disturbing pattern. You previously have made a series of inflammatory statements about women in combat, LGBTQ service members, Muslim Americans, and Democrats. Since your nominations, however, you have walked those back on TV and interviews, and most recently in your opening statements. You are no longer on Fox and Friends, Mr. Hegseth. If confirmed, your words, actions, and decisions will have real impacts on national security and our service members' lives. There are close to 3 million personnel in the Department of Defense, $900 billion budget. I hardly think you are prepared to do the job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That wasn't a question, Mr. Hegseth. Thank you, Senator Rono. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr.
Now he's going to present his letter. Let's move on. I think this is one of the good asks. Dan Sullivan. I think he's a Republican.
A lot of experience with our military. Do you believe the military is a systemically racist organization? And if confirmed, will you commit to defend, not denigrate our troops?
Senator, I was also offended by those comments because anyone who's been on active duty in the National Guard, man, woman in units, understand it's fundamental.
The
Let me
incoming
get him from
Commander-in-Chief on continuing to build. Now for the most important question you will receive all day. In 1935, before the Congress, the father of the United States Air Force, General Billy Mitchell, was testifying about a certain place in the world. He said, quote, "I believe that in the future, whoever holds this place will control the world. This location is the most strategic place in the world." What place was Billy Mitchell talking about? And let me give you a hint, it wasn't Greenland.
I believe he was talking about the great state of Alaska.
He was talking about the great state of Alaska. Great answer. If confirmed, will you commit to come with me to the great state of Alaska and meet our warriors who are on the front lines every day?
Senator, I have, and as I mentioned to you in the past, I did a brief training exercise up at Fort Wainwright at a previous part of my military life. I look forward to returning.
I wanted you to see this because you're going to hear the talk about racism in the military. We're going to pretend like it does not exist when any black person in the military, if you review it, if you look it up, they talk about all the racism, all the people who are skipped over for promotions and all of this type of stuff that he's going to review because he's going to make sure that the military is up to snuff and you know, it's been so much downgrading of requirements of these people who already, these generals who far outrank him and have far more experience than his silly ass, who they are putting up to be the Secretary of Defense. He's going to review them because he doesn't think that they're qualified, because qualifications were downgraded to make quotas for women and black people. But let's pretend like none of this still is happening. And we're going to talk about, when the 50s, you know, the military changed and automatically racism was eradicated from the military. Okay, let's continue.
Great. And I will say we are on the front lines with this new era of authoritarian aggression. In Alaska, the last 2 years, we've had Chinese and Russian naval task forces, joint strategic bomber task forces in our EEZ, in our ADIZ. And after his election, President Trump put out an extensive statement on Alaska, which included the following statement: "We will ensure Alaska gets even more defense investments as we fully rebuild our military, especially as Russia and China are making menacing moves in the Pacific." Mr. Hegseth, if confirmed, will you work with me, this committee, and the incoming Commander-in-Chief on continuing to build up our military assets and infrastructure in Alaska to reestablish deterrence in the Arctic and in the Indo-Pacific?
If confirmed, Senator, it would be a pleasure to work alongside you and this entire committee to recognize the very real threat in the Indo-Pacific, the very real ways, even these past couple of weeks, that Russia has attempted to probe and push in and around Alaska, and also the very real strategic significance of Alaska.
Remember him, Indo-Pacific. Remember that he's talking about this in depth, allegedly. Indo-Pacific. We're going to put a pin in that.
Vis-a-vis shipping lanes through the Arctic. There are many, many ways in which Alaska is strategically significant, and with a necessary shift toward Indo-PACOM, Alaska, by necessity, will play an important role in that.
Thank you, Ms. Hegseth. I very much appreciate your focus on lethality in war fighting. We desperately need it. I want to provide a few examples of the Biden woke military, which is not focused on readiness or lethality, and want to get your comments on it. Nobody wants an extremist or racist in our military, but one of the most disgraceful and shameful things I've seen over the past 4 years as a senator on this committee and as a Marine Corps Reserve officer was on day one, the Biden administration played up a false and insulting narrative that our military was chock full of racist and violent extremists. This reached a pinnacle in this committee.
Okay. So he's insulted. But this Pete Hegseth own battalion said that he was an extremist. Do you understand? But and he couldn't and they wouldn't let him be over the Biden inauguration. So was Biden wrong? So was Biden the one in his Pete Hegseth own battalion that said that he was an extremist and he couldn't work the inauguration? It seems like Biden was right by Pete Hegseth's own battalion. He's the extremist. And this is the person that they want to be the defense secretary. Do you hear this? Are you guys putting this shit together? This is the extremists that they want over to our whole military, and he wishes to rip out all the high-ranking generals, the people who don't agree with him politically. The military is not a political entity. It's not about politics. But Project 2025 said that people will be ripped from their positions and loyalists will be put in. You hear this person who they want over all our military says that he will not shoot you in the motherfucking legs, allegedly, if you protest your government, which is your constitutional right. Are we clear on that? That's in the Constitution. But these are these people who care so much about the Constitution. Let's continue. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. Look, he looks like an evil devil. Look at him, in my opinion. Let's continue.
When Biden's Undersecretary of Policy, Colin Kahl, the number 3 guy at the Pentagon, testified that one of his top goals would be to, quote, ending violent extremism and systemic racism within the ranks of the military. He had no data on this. The media loved it, fanned the flames, wrote baloney stories.
There's plenty of data on that. There's plenty of data on that. You're pretending that there's no data on that. That's a lie. Look at these fools. He had no data on that. Hegseth had no data on what he said about quotas. That they had downgraded their standards to meet quotas to have high-ranking Black officers. And you heard what's her name say that there's no such thing as quota. And he said for his book he had talked to people. He had no data. Talking about who he talked to. Who the fuck you think a race is gonna talk to? Other races. Who the fuck you think a motherfucking misogynist motherfucker gonna talk to? Other misogynists. Of course, they're gonna say the same thing. You think that he went outside of his motherfucking bubble? That nigga this motherfucker worked for Fox News. That is a bubble. You think they go outside their bubble to hear any truth that may sway their convictions or positions or their racial bias? No, they're not. They're going to go to the echo chamber. Let's be clear. And you are part of the echo chamber, Senator Dan Sullivan. Let's continue.
On this false narrative. Disappointingly, some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle here reinforce this ridiculous narrative. One even suggesting that almost 10% of our uniformed military was extremists, 200,000 members.
He's one.
Ridiculous.
He's one.
This brand new portable Wi-Fi router provides more features than traditional internet services.
He's an extremist. He couldn't
By
do
the way,
the.
from this committee, on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Hexeth, unlike Undersecretary Call, you have a lot of experience with our military. Do you believe the military is a systemically racist organization? And if confirmed, will you commit to defend, not denigrate our troops?
Senator, I was also offended by those comments because anyone who's been on active duty in the National Guard, man, woman, in units, understand that is fundamentally false.
By the way, there's three.
No, you're a motherfucking lie. Anyone understands this is fundamentally false. So can we get some black military personnel to come up here and talk about their experience in the military? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God, let's continue.
3 studies, to his credit, Secretary Austin put out one of them that said exactly what you just said. Fundamentally false.
Senator, they knew it. Anyone who'd been in a unit knew it. One could argue that if not the least, one of the least racist institutions in our country is the United States military. Being a racist in our military has not been tolerated for a very long time.
One of the
Never in my
greatest civil
formations,
rights
never in other
organizations in
formations.
America. Would you agree the U.S. military is one of the most forward-leaning, probably one of the greatest civil rights organizations in American history?
No doubt.
Do you hear this shit? Do you hear this shit? Okay, so but no doubt he believes that it is one of the best civil rights agencies in the country. But later on in this hearing, they're going to ask him about something about blacks being allowed to be in certain positions, and he's going to what is it? He's going to say, well, I don't believe that that should be done in any agency. In other words, because that's DEI. Let's continue.
Doubt.
Let me turn to another one. Last year at a hearing before this committee, I called on the Biden Secretary of the Navy to resign because he's failing in his ability to build ships. We are being completely outbuilt in terms of ships by the Chinese. And yet this Secretary of the Navy has been focused on climate change, not building ships in lethality. Mr. Hegseth, if your Secretary of the Navy ends up focusing on climate change more than shipbuilding and lethality, will you commit to me to fire him?
My Secretary of the Navy, should I be confirmed, sir, will not be focused on climate change in the Navy, just like the Secretary of the Air Force won't be.
Okay. But you would be sending people out on the streets to protect this property of people, not the people. You guys always want to protect property. You would send them out to protect property after climate change, which you choose to ignore, has ravaged many states and cities in our country. Much like the National Guard is out on the streets right now, but you want to chuckle about climate change and its effects on the world and on the United States, which you are putting people on the streets for, you stupid fuck. Let's continue.
Won't be focused on LG-powered fighter jets, or the Secretary of the Army will not be focused on electric-powered tanks.
Let me ask,
We're going to be focused on lethality
1 minute
and
left.
defeating our enemy.
And I appreciate that. The other thing President Biden did, his first executive order as president, was to focus on transgender surgeries for active duty troops. This is all, I'm describing the woke military here under Biden over the last 4 years. If confirmed and you issue an order saying
Woke military, drinking game, woke, drinking game, DEI, drinking game, critical race theory. I've told you about their fucking calling card words. If you listen to me, we are really bored with the calling of woke, DEI, and critical race theory. If you drink every time you hear these words coming from the Republicans, you probably haven't, because I haven't played their questioning of him because it was just so revolting with all the woke, DEI, critical race theory. But I had to prove to you that this was their agenda. Let's continue.
saying we are going to rip the Biden woke yoke off the neck of our military and focus on lethality and warfighting, how do you think the troops will react?
Senator, I know the troops will rejoice.
They will love it.
They will love it. And we've already seen it in recruiting numbers. There's already been a surge since President Trump won the election of recruiting. The Army
Do
says
you
it
think
now
our military
will surpass its
and our
recruiting
military
goals.
will follow that order?
Why would they love it if the military isn't woke? What, you want to sleep in military? You don't want them to be woke on the racism and the sexism in the military, and they would love it. They would love it. People like them would love it, who call themselves the religious right and hide themselves behind religion when it's nothing but a bunch of misogynist racists. But if you put religion on there, you can't be looked at poorly, because you're about God and country. The fuck out of here with this dumb shit. Anyway, let's continue.
Our military will follow that order, Senator, gladly, because they want to focus on lethality and warfighting and get all the woke, political prerogative, politically correct, social justice, political stuff out of the military.
Politically correct stuff out of here. Of course, who wants to be politically correct? Oh, that's so boring when I can be a racist and have fun treating Black people and women like they're less than me and do whatever I want to them, and nobody's going to report it. Who wants to do that? Who wants to do that when I can commit war crimes? Let's talk about the war crimes. Have you guys heard about the war crimes? Have you guys heard that he personally, when he was working at Fox News at the end of 45's last term, he went to him to get two of his buddies a pardon because of the shit that they were found guilty of doing in Guantanamo Bay. Did y'all know this about your next defense secretary? They're going to talk about that here too. But I knew about that already. I'm glad that this just brought it up in my mind. They got pardons from Trump for what they were found guilty of doing in Guantanamo Bay. And you know what they were doing in Guantanamo Bay. You know what Guantanamo Bay is famous for. This motherfucker right here, Pete Hegseth, went to Trump to get them a pardon, and Trump gave it to him. Let's continue.
The military.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan.
Thank you,
Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I'm looking forward to this opportunity to talk. I want to return to the incident that you referenced a minute ago that occurred in Monterey, California in October 2017. At that time, you were still married to your second wife, correct?
I believe so.
Hey, it's Danielle with 4 Patriots, and I have an incredible deal.
Foot and ass time. Foot and ass. Y'all got to watch this little transaction. Foot and ass time.
A child by a woman who would later become your third wife,
Let
correct?
me hold on. Oh, he going
To your second wife, correct?
Tim Kaine is
Confirmed, and you
about
issued an
to
order.
put the foot in
To your
the
second
ass.
wife, correct?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me start.
Lethality,
1 minute left.
defeating our enemy.
And I appreciate that. The other thing President Biden did, his first executive order as president, was to focus on transgender surgeries for active duty troops. This is all I'm describing the woke military here under Biden over the last 4 years. If confirmed, and you issued an order saying we are going to rip the Biden woke yoke off the neck of our...
To your second wife, correct?
Hold on. I'm trying to
Confirmed, and you issued an order saying we are going to rip the Biden woke yoke off the neck of our military and focus on lethality and warfighting. How do you think the troops will react?
Senator, I know the troops will rejoice.
They will love it.
They will love it. And we've already seen it in recruiting numbers. There's already been a surge since President Trump won the election of recruiting. The Army says
Do you think
now
our military
will
will,
surpass its
and our
recruiting
military
goals.
will follow that order?
Our military will follow that order, Senator, gladly, because they want to focus on lethality and warfighting and get all the woke, political prerogative, politically correct, social justice, political stuff out of the military.
Thank you, Senator.
Who wants social justice? Who they want to get that out of the military? Who on earth would have the nerve to actually want social justice? Are these people crazy to want social justice? We want to oppress. We want to. Okay, it's going to get good now. Tim Kaine, let's go.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I'm looking forward to this opportunity to talk. I want to return to the incident that you referenced a minute ago that occurred in Monterey, California in October 2017. At that time, you were still married to your second wife, correct?
I believe so.
And you had just fathered a child by a woman who would later become your third wife, correct?
Senator, I was falsely charged, fully investigated, and completely cleared.
So you think you were completely cleared because you committed no crime? That's your.
Wait a minute. That wasn't even the question. He said I was falsely charged and cleared, but that wasn't the question. He said you were still married and you had just fathered a child. You were married to your second wife and you had just fathered a child from the woman who would become your third wife. He didn't answer that question. He said, Senator, I was falsely charged. You were falsely charged about fathering a child? No. And now he's going to this rape allegation. So do you understand that he went from that and to say he was falsely? Let's hear this again. Oh, I ain't going to hear that motherfucker again. Let's go.
To your second wife, correct?
I believe so.
And you had just fathered a child by a woman who would later become your third wife, correct?
Senator, I was falsely charged, fully investigated, and completely cleared.
So you think you were completely cleared because you committed no crime. That's your definition of cleared? You had just fathered a child 2 months before by a woman that was not your wife. I am shocked that you would stand here and say you're completely cleared. Can you so casually cheat on a second wife and cheat on the mother of a child that had been born 2 months before, and you tell us you were completely cleared? How is that a complete clear?
Senator, her child's name is Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth, and she's a child of God, and she's 7 years old.
And she was, and you cheated on the mother of that child less than.
And she's a child of God. Her name, who gives a fuck what her name is? Senator, my bastard baby that I had, her name is Jim, whatever, Hope something, Hegseth, and she's a child of God. But were you being a child of God when you pumped that sperm up into her when you was married to someone else and made that child? That's the question. And then when the child was months old, you was out there partying and getting drunk and got a SA allegation put against you. Where was God in all of that? Now, talking about child of God, talk about what Tim Kaine's talking about. Let me. Okay, I'm not going to interrupt Tim Kaine anymore. Okay, because this is good.
Then 2 months after that daughter was born, didn't you?
Those were false charges. It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared. And I'm so grateful for the marriage I have to this.
No, you've admitted that you had sex at that hotel in October 2017. You said it was consensual. Isn't that correct?
Anything?
You've admitted that it was consensual, and you were still married, and you just had a child by another woman.
Again,
how do you explain your judgment?
Completely false charges against me. You fully investigated, and I was completely clear.
You have admitted that you had sex while you were married to wife 2 after you just had fathered a child by wife 3. You've admitted that. Now, if it had been a sexual assault, that would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, wouldn't it?
It's a false claim then and a false claim now.
If it had been a sexual assault, that would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, wouldn't it?
No
That's
answer.
a false claim.
No
So
answer.
you're talking about a hypothetical.
So you can't tell me whether someone who has committed a sexual assault is disqualified from being Secretary of Defense?
Senator, I know in my instance, and I'm talking about my instance only, it was a false claim.
But you acknowledge
And it was
but you
fully
acknowledge
investigated.
that you cheated on your wife and that you cheated on the woman by whom you had just fathered a child. You have admitted that.
I will allow your words to speak for themselves.
You're not retracting that today. That's good. I assume that in each of your weddings, you've pledged to be faithful to your wife. You've taken an oath to do that, haven't you?
Senator, as I've acknowledged to everyone in this committee, not a perfect person, not claiming to
But
be.
no, I just asked a simple question. You've taken an oath, like you would take an oath to be Secretary of Defense in all of your weddings to be faithful to your wife. Is that correct?
Say goodbye to Slack because chat's here and it's inside ClickUp. Everything you need in chat is here. Like a DM.
Thankfully, I'm redeemed by my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
In finalizing divorces from your first and second wives, were there non-disclosure agreements in connection with those divorces?
Senator, not that I'm aware of.
If there were, would you agree to release those first and second wives from any confidentiality agreement?
Senator, it's not something I'm aware of.
But if there were, you would agree to release them from a confidentiality agreement?
Senator, that's not my responsibility.
Did you ever engage in any acts of physical violence against any of your wives?
Senator, absolutely not.
But you would agree with me that if someone had committed physical violence against a spouse, that would be disqualifying to serve as Secretary of Defense, correct?
Senator, absolutely not have I ever done that.
You would agree that that would be a disqualifying offense, would you not?
Senator, you're talking about a hypothetical.
I don't think it's a hypothetical. Violence against spouses occurs every day. And if you as a leader are not capable of saying that physical violence against a spouse should be a disqualifying fact for being Secretary of the most the spouse, that would be disqualifying to serve as Secretary of Defense, correct?
Senator, absolutely not have I ever done that.
You would agree that that would be a disqualifying offense, would you not?
Senator, you're talking about a hypothetical.
Okay, what I was saying while I was on mute, he's internalizing this simple question that would, if a person abuses their spouse, that would be disqualifying for the job that you're for Secretary of State. But he cannot answer this question. He cannot answer a simple question. That's a hypothetical. No, that's not a hypothetical. That's a simple question about what would disqualify a person to be Secretary of State. So this question about abusing your wife, he won't broach even answering the question because he's internalizing it specifically about him. So he can't simply say, yes, that's a disqualifying action if a person was abusing his wife, which he said he wasn't doing. So why not just simply say, yes, that's just disqualifying? Because he does not want to it just sounds like he don't want to answer the question because he don't want to disqualify himself. That's a simple question. That's what I was saying. Let me continue.
I don't think it's a hypothetical. Violence against spouses occurs every day. And if you as a leader are not capable of saying that physical violence against a spouse should be a disqualifying fact for being Secretary of the most powerful nation in the world, you're demonstrating an astonishing lack of judgment. The incident in Monterey led to a criminal charge, a criminal investigation, a private settlement, and a cash payment to the woman who filed the complaint. And there was also a non-disclosure agreement, correct?
It was a confidential settlement agreement off of a nuisance lawsuit.
Right. During an interview, you claimed that you settled the matter because you were worried that if it became public, it might hurt your career. Do you maintain that you were blackmailed?
Senator, I maintain that false claims were made against me. And ultimately,
your attorney
those
used
false
the
claims,
phrase,
I have the opportunity to attest my innocence in those false claims.
But you didn't reveal any of this to President Trump or the transition team as they were considering you to be nominated for Secretary of Defense. You didn't reveal the action. You didn't reveal the criminal complaint. You didn't reveal the criminal investigation. You didn't reveal the settlement. You didn't reveal the cash payment. Why didn't you inform the commander-in-chief and the transition team of this very relevant event?
Senator, I've appreciated every part of the process with the transition team. They have been open and honest with me. We've had great conversations between the two of us, and I appreciate the opportunity that President-elect Trump has given me.
You chose not to reveal this, right? Because you knew it would hurt your chances. So you chose not to reveal this really important thing to the commander-in-chief and the transition team because you were worried about your chances rather than trying to be candid with the future president of the United States. Are there any other important facts that you chose not to reveal to the president-elect and his team as they were considering you to be Secretary of Defense?
Senator, I sit here before you in open book as everyone who's watched this process.
With multiple non-disclosure and confidentiality agreements tying the hands of many people who would like to comment to us. Much has been made of your workplace behavior as a leader of nonprofit veterans organizations and as a Fox News contributor. Were you fired from either of the leadership positions with the nonprofits?
I was the leader. I was the CEO of
I
Concerned
know
Veterans
which
for
ones,
America
but
and
those
executive
two,
director
were
of
you
Vets for
fired?
Freedom.
Were you fired from
And
either
I
of
was
them?
never fired from a
Do you have
veterans organization.
non-disclosure agreements with either of those organizations?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Many of your work colleagues have said that you show up for work under the influence of alcohol or drunk. I know you've denied that, but you would agree with me, right, that if that was the case, that would be disqualifying for somebody to be Secretary of Defense.
Senator, those are all anonymous false claims, and the totality.
They're not anonymous.
The letters
We've
on the
seen-
record
they're
here,
not anonymous.
on the record.
We've
people who
seen
work me
records with
at
names
Vets for
attached to
Freedom,
them.
Concerned Vets for America, and Fox News.
One of
attributing
your-
to me
one of your
being
colleagues
working
said-
hard every day on behalf.
One of
my
your
mission.
colleagues said that you got drunk at an event at a bar and chanted, "Kill all Muslims." Another colleague, not anonymous, we have this, said that you took coworkers to a strip club. You were drunk, you tried to dance with strippers, you had to be held off the stage, and one of your employees in that event.
This portable warm air
Sorry.
blaster will be in every home in
Sorry.
America by 2026. It can heat a 9.
You hear this shit? Do you hear this shit? Let's go.
Harassment charge as a result of it. Now, I know you deny these things, but isn't that the kind of behavior that, if true,
Senator, anonymous false charges.
they're not anonymous? And I'll just conclude and say this to the chairman. You claim
Senator, anonymous false.
work colleagues have said that you show up for work under the influence of alcohol or drunk. I know you've denied that, but you would agree with me, right, that if that was the case, that would be disqualifying for somebody to be Secretary of Defense.
Senator, those are all anonymous false claims, and the totality.
They're not
The
anonymous.
letters
We've
on the
seen-
record
they're
here,
not anonymous.
on the record.
We've
people who
seen
work
records
me
with
at
names
Vets for
attached to
Freedom, Concerned Vets for America, and Fox News.
One of
attributing
your
to me
one of your
being
colleagues
working
said,
hard every day on behalf.
One of your
mission.
colleagues said that you got drunk at an event at a bar and chanted, "Kill all Muslims." Another colleague, not anonymous, we have this, said that you took coworkers to a strip club. You were drunk, you tried to dance with strippers, you had to be held off the stage, and one of your employees in that event filed a sexual harassment charge as a result of it. Now, I know you denied these things, but isn't that the kind of behavior that, if true, would be disqualifying for somebody to be Secretary of Defense?
Senator, anonymous false charges.
They're not anonymous. And I'll just conclude and say this to the chairman. You claim that this was all anonymous. We have seen records with names attached to all of these, including the name of your own mother. So don't make this into some anonymous press thing. We have seen multiple names of colleagues consistently throughout your career that have talked about your abusive actions.
Chairman, I think
attitudes,
he's
words,
over
and
his time.
statements.
He's way over his time.
I now yield.
And thank
Okay, so let's talk about even your own mother. His own mother. Did you hear about the letter that his own mother wrote to him that was disseminated in the press, where she said, "You are a horrible person. I hate the way you treat women. You know better than the way that you treat women." His own mother. That's what Tim Kaine is talking about. And then when he got nominated, his mother went on to Fox News and said, "You know, everyone goes through changes. And, you know, I was wrong to write that letter. My husband told me I shouldn't write that letter." But she didn't tap on anything about everything being true in that letter. You know, when you're younger, you do things that don't make your parents happy. But I ain't never got no letter from my mama saying that I treat anybody wrong. I never got no letter that my mother is embarrassed and ashamed and I need to change because I'm treating anybody beneath me or wrong or being abusive to anybody. I ain't never got no letter from my mama saying that, but he did. Okay, let's continue. Okay, now I'm gonna speed this up. I have dropped the link. If you want to, Angus Hank, I think he got him too. I'm gonna speed this up, and I'm gonna quit talking so much. I hope my mic is not on mute right now. Let's go here.
To your religion today, I share that devotion to Christianity, but I must say I've been reminded somewhat of Saul on his way to Damascus. You seem to have been converted over the last several weeks and several months. You wrote in your book just last year that, but if we're going to, this is the book War on Warriors, but if we're going to send our boys to fight, and it should be boys, we need to unleash them to win. Later on, our boys should not fight by rules written by dignified men. Which is it? Is it only boys can fight? I mean, you've testified here today that you believe in women in combat, but you didn't just last year. How do you explain your conversion?
Senator, my testimony is clear. Writing a book is different than being Secretary of Defense, and I look forward to leading the men and women of our military. And my comment there, Senator, was about the burdensome rules of engagement that members of our generation, men and women, have seen on the battlefield. And one thing President Trump changed in meaningful ways that led to meaningful developments on the battlefield. When President Trump took control in the first term, ISIS was raging across Iraq. And as someone who spent a lot of time there with other men and women who invested in that mission, it was a very difficult moment to see the black flag of ISIS fly. And what President Trump did was untie the hands of warfighters. He changed the rules of engagement, untied the hands of warfighters, and allowed them to complete their mission and crush ISIS. It has not just tactical implications, operational and strategic implications, how you allow...
Blah, 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 blah.
President Trump understands that, and within the laws of war and the Uniform Code of Military Justice, we are going to warfighters to win wars so that wars don't drag on forever.
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. So, blah, 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 blah.
Are you rejecting Title 18 and Title 42, I think, also has provisions that incorporate the Geneva Convention and the laws of armed combat? Are you saying that those laws should be repealed? That is the law of the land right now.
Senator, we have laws on the books from the Geneva Conventions into the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and then underneath that...
But he says that Trump is going to unleash their hands. So what he's saying is they're going to be doing things that is not in the Geneva Convention, because you have to understand these ISIS fighters and these new terrorists, they know what the Geneva Convention is, so they are attacking us in ways that the Geneva Convention would not allow us to attack them back. So Trump is freeing up our hands. So I told you that you understand that Pete Hegseth was stationed in Guantanamo, and he went to Trump to get two of his buddies who were convicted of what happened in Guantanamo a pardon. So here we go into this part of his motherfucking military record. He think that okay, I'll let him say it.
That you have layers in which standard or temporary rules of engagements are put into place. We fight enemies also, Senator, as our generation understands, that play by no rules.
Watch what eating before bed does to your skin.
What you eat for dinner might have a greater
as human shields.
So are you saying
they target
that
women and children?
the Geneva
We don't
Convention
do that.
should not
We
be
follow
observed?
rules.
He said they don't play by no rules. I'm gonna go back because that commercial cut off a little tip of this. Okay, here we go.
Laws on the books from the Geneva Conventions into the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and then underneath that you have layers in which standard or temporary rules of engagements are put into place. We fight enemies also, Senator, as our generation understands, that play by no rules. They use civilians as human shields.
So are you saying
they target
that
women and children?
the Geneva
We don't
Convention
do that.
should not
We
be
follow
observed?
rules. We follow rules, but we don't need burdensome rules of engagement that make it impossible for us to win these wars.
You're
And that's
saying
what
two different
President
things. You're
Trump
saying we follow
understands.
rules, but we don't have to follow the rules in all cases. Is that correct?
Senator,
I'm making some rules.
Senator, I'm making an important tactical distinction that warfighters will understand. That there are the rules we swear an oath to defend, which are incredibly important. This committee understands and helps set them. And then there are those echelons above reality, from corps to division to brigade to battalion. And by the time it trickles down to a company or a platoon or a squad level, you have a rules of engagement that nobody recognizes. And then it makes you incredibly difficult to actually do your job on the battlefield. That's the kind of assessment and look that an Army...
So the Geneva Convention makes it difficult to do your job on the battlefield. So you're saying that they're so bad because they go by no rules, but you want your hands untied from the Geneva Convention so you can commit what is considered now as war crimes. So you want to strike war crimes off the book because they're not fighting by rules. They can do whatever they want. We should be able to. Are you listening? And they want to let him unleash them on American streets as well. This military that they don't want, he feels that his hands are tied by the Geneva Convention. You heard him say when they asked, would you have followed the command in D.C. To shoot protesters in the leg? And he came back with, well, I was there and I saw people climbing over gates and lighting up church. And he don't even want to follow the Geneva Convention when over fighting ISIS. So what the fuck you want to unleash him to be the head of all military on your ass? Let's continue.
Army major, will give to this process if I was confirmed to be the
Our
Secretary
boy,
of Defense.
your quote
And the
is,
true understanding
your
of that.
quote in 2024, our boys should not fight by rules written by dignified men in mahogany rooms 80 years ago. That would be the Geneva Convention. America should fight by its own rules, and we should fight to win or not go in at all.
Did you hear this? Our boys should not fight by people who, by dignified men who wrote these rules in mahogany walled whatever places. They should fight to win. So the Geneva Convention was written by what he called dignified men, and our boys should not have to fight under their writings. And they were sitting up years ago in wood paneling walls, not the wood paneling like Lady Nika got, the real wood paneled walls, real whole wood panel walls, you know, all the way back centuries ago. Our boys should not have to fight under those laws. Let's hear that one more time. He wrote this. I didn't write this. He wrote this.
Human shields.
So are you saying
They target
that
women and children.
the Geneva
We don't
Convention
do that.
should not
We
be
follow
observed?
rules. We follow rules, but we don't need burdensome rules of engagement that make it impossible for us to win these wars.
You're
And that's
saying
what
two different
President
things. You're
Trump
saying we follow
understands.
rules, but we don't have to follow the rules in all cases. Is that correct?
Senator, I'm making
some rules.
Senator, I'm making an important tactical distinction that warfighters will understand. That there are the rules we swear an oath to defend, which are incredibly important, and this committee understands and helps set them. And then there are those echelons above reality, from corps to division to brigade to battalion. And by the time it trickles down to a company or a platoon or a squad level, you have a rules of engagement that nobody recognizes. And then it makes you incredibly difficult to actually do your job on the battlefield. That's the kind of assessment and look that an Army major will give to this process if I was confirmed to be the Secretary of Defense.
Your quote
A
is,
true understanding
your
of that.
quote in 2024, our boys should not fight by rules written by dignified men in mahogany rooms 80 years ago. That would be the Geneva Convention. America should fight by its own rules, and we should fight to win or not go in at all. Are you saying that the Geneva Convention provisions, which clearly outlaw torture of prisoners, should not apply in the future?
Senator, how we treat our wounded, how we treat our prisoners, the applications of the Geneva Conventions are incredibly important. But we would all have to acknowledge that the way we fought our wars back when the Geneva Conventions were written are a lot different than the asymmetric, non-conventional environment of counterinsurgency that I confronted in Iraq and Afghanistan.
But that I encountered in it don't apply. That was written years ago. It doesn't apply to what I encountered. What the fuck you thought that everybody else who fought wars encountered? What the fuck you thought they encountered? You thought that your enemy that was plotting against you was any different than the German army that was plotting against the Allies? But you don't believe in allies because you'll go over and strike Greenland if Trump tells you to. But so everything is about him and what he sees in his muted mind. So therefore, the Geneva Convention should not matter. This is what this motherfucker is telling you. Let's continue.
was the senior counterinsurgency instructor in Afghanistan. My job was to understand how the Taliban and Al-Qaeda operated so that NATO units coming in could be informed of what was happening. They knew our rules of engagement, and when they were more restrictive, they took advantage of them, and it put our men and women in a more dangerous and difficult place.
And you believe
For future wars we fight, we need to have someone atop the Pentagon, sir, who understands how those ripple effects
Well, I just want
impact
to
the men and women
understand
in
your
uniform.
position. Your position is torture is okay. Is that correct? Waterboarding, torture is no longer prohibited given the circumstances of.
Now, you notice he didn't quickly, he'd been talking all over him all this time. He talks over people all the time to keep pushing his agenda. But when he asks him, so what you're telling me waterboarding is okay, he didn't jump in and say, of course I'm not saying that, because he thinks it is okay. He's been talking over them all this time, but he can't just insert, of course I'm not saying that. Let's continue.
Of whatever war we're in. Is that correct?
Senator, that is not what I said. I've never been party to torture. We are a country that fights by the rule of law, and our men and women always.
That's not what I said. I've never been. You worked in Guantanamo. You never got caught. Is my opinion. You know, a lot of people who were stationed in Guantanamo didn't get caught. Only the ones that got caught on tape. Maybe face some. I don't even know what happened to those people. We wouldn't have known that there was torture going on in Guantanamo if you guys wasn't so repulsive and so demented that you guys were taking pictures and videos so you could relive the torturing of human beings, like serial killers. Some serial killers film themselves, take pictures and stuff, because you people who believe in doing that to other human beings are demented individuals. We wouldn't have even known about what was going on in Guantanamo Bay. Let's keep it real. Let's continue.
Always do. And yet we have too many people here in air-conditioned offices that like to point fingers at the guys in dark and dangerous places, the gals in helicopters in enemy territory who are doing things that people in Washington, D.C. would never dare to do, or send, in many cases.
In one of your interviews, you said they're willing to do this. You're talking about Donald Trump and Senator Cruz. They're willing to do something like water.
Okay. So you know they in trouble when they chewing their water. You know, every time you get somebody up here with their bullshit, they always throwing up empty glass of water in their mouth. Ain't no fucking, they always reaching for the water, and then they always chewing the water. Let's watch for the chewing of the water. Let's continue.
Is that waterboarding is...
Most people have no clue that in
Hold on.
So the statement that you made, you now recant. Is that correct? They are willing to do something like waterboarding if it's going to keep us safe. You expressed that with approval.
Senator, I'm very familiar with that as a concept, having spent a year at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, guarding 700 of those that in helicopters in enemy territory who are doing things that people in Washington, D.C. would never dare to do, or send, in many cases.
In one of your interviews, you said they're willing to do this. You're talking about Donald Trump and Senator Cruz. They're willing to do something like waterboarding if it's going to keep us safe. Are you okay with waterboarding?
Senator, the law of the land is that waterboarding is not legal.
So the statement...
The statement is, the question was, are you okay with waterboarding? Because he just read what you said. Trump and Cruz are willing to do things that others wouldn't do, which was waterboarding. Are you okay with waterboarding? The law of the land says, and the law of the land said that when you motherfuckers was in Gitmo waterboarding people too. Do you? They want to put him over the Defense Department with an $850-something billion budget. This motherfucker, this fucking idiot, who would do anything he's told, a Trump loyalist. Let's be clear, including putting the military on the streets and shooting you if you don't like whatever the fuck they got coming down the pike for you. So what's today's date? Today is the 15th. We got 5 more days before Trump is inaugurated. Are you clear? Are you real clear? So I shout out to the, how many people? The 61 people that I have in the chat. See, I understand that I don't talk about interesting shit that interests niggas all the time. I understand that, some of my content may not be suited for ignorant ass niggas who over there talking and lying about bullshit all the time. But I understand that I got 5 days before this administration is going to be set loose on me. And I don't pretend like I'm some unicorn Negro that I can talk my mouth and I can say I agree with policies that I connot even enunciate that Trump has. But I'm just going to let you see what policies he has by connecting the dots to what has been said in Project 2025 and the nominees that are being set forth to govern, to lead these different organizations, these different cabin level positions. So excuse me if I'm not a dumb bitch that they want you to think that I am, with all of this Ronnie Q and dumb, while them dumb motherfuckers over there trying to figure out a way how to steal money from the subscribers. Excuse me. This shit is infuriating. Did I stutter? Let's continue.
Statement that you made, you now recant. Is that correct? They are willing to do something like waterboarding if it's going to keep us safe. You expressed that with approval.
Senator, I'm very familiar with that as a concept, having spent a year at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, guarding 700 of those that attacked us on 9/11.
I just want to be clear. Are we going to abide by the Geneva Convention and the prohibitions on torture, or are we not? Is it going to depend on the circumstances?
As I've stated multiple times, the Geneva Conventions are what we base ours, but what an American first national security policy is not going to do is hand its prerogatives over to international bodies.
Okay, what America First is not going to do. There's no such thing as an America First thing. He's comparing this what America First is not going to do. There's no such thing as that. There is the Geneva Convention, which is a real thing, which is a real agreement. But he's talking about this America First. That's just a slogan. That's a slogan. So you talking about this as if there are any rules attached to this, that this is signed and agreed to by any bodies of people. That's a slogan that you guys think that is so cute that says we're going to put ourselves first. So you trying to put some bullshit slogan up against the real Geneva Convention.
Should not apply in the future.
Senator, how we treat our wounded, how we treat our prisoners. Yeah.
I apologize. I hit the wrong thing. I apologize.
No, or not go in at all. Are you saying that the Geneva Convention provisions, which clearly outlaw torture of prisoners, should not apply in the future?
Senator, how we treat our wounded, how we treat our prisoners, the applications of the Geneva Conventions are incredibly important. But we would all have to acknowledge that the way we fought our wars back when the Geneva Conventions were written are a lot different than the asymmetric, non-conventional environment of counterinsurgency that I confronted in Iraq and Afghanistan. I was the senior counterinsurgency instructor in Afghanistan. My job was to understand how the Taliban and Al-Qaeda operated so that NATO units coming in could be informed of what was happening. They knew our rules of engagement, and when they were more restrictive, they took advantage of them, and it put our men and women in a more dangerous and difficult place.
And you believe
For future wars we fight, we need to have someone atop the Pentagon, sir, who understands how those ripple effects
Well, I just want
impact
to
the men and women
understand
in
your
uniform.
position. Your position is torture is okay. Is that correct? Waterboarding, torture is no longer prohibited given the circumstances of whatever war we're in. Is that correct?
Senator, that is not what I said. I've never been party to torture. We are a country that fights by the rule of law, and our men and women always do. And yet we have too many people here in air-conditioned offices that like to point fingers at the guys in dark and dangerous places, the gals in helicopters in enemy territory who are doing things that people in Washington, D.C. would never dare to do, or send, in many cases.
In one of your interviews, you said they're willing to do this. You're talking about Donald Trump and Senator Cruz. They're willing to do something like waterboarding if it's going to keep us safe. Are you okay with waterboarding?
Senator, the law of the land is that waterboarding is not legal.
So the statement that you made, you now recant. Is that correct? They are willing to do something like waterboarding if it's going to keep us safe. You expressed that with approval.
Senator, I'm very familiar with that as a concept, having spent a year at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, guarding 700 of those that attacked us on 9/11.
I just want to be clear. Are we going to abide by the Geneva Convention and the prohibitions on torture, or are we not? Is it going to depend on the circumstances?
As I've stated multiple times, the Geneva Conventions are what we base ours, but an American first national security policy.
That's a yes or no question, motherfucker. Are we going to abide by the Geneva Convention or not? That's a yes or no question. Or an of course or an of course not question. Let's continue.
Policy is not going to do is hand its prerogatives over to international bodies that make decisions about how our men and women make decisions on the battlefield. America First understands we send Americans for a clear mission and a clear objective. We equip them properly for that objective.
Right,
we give them everything they need, and then we stand behind them.
America First is not going to give itself over to some international bodies. Let's understand that the Geneva Convention is signed by many different nations, many different countries. So America First is not going to give itself over to some international body. That means we are not going to follow the Geneva Convention. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. Because the Geneva Convention is just not an America treaty. No, that's a treaty among other nations. We're not going. America First is not going to give itself over to some international body. That's what he's telling you. No, we're not going to follow the Geneva Convention. And we're going to put the military on the street if Trump tells us to, of the American streets. Let's continue.
Is hand its prerogatives over to international bodies that make decisions about how our men and women make decisions on the battlefield. America First understands we send Americans for a clear mission and a clear objective. We equip them properly for that objective.
Right,
we give them everything they need, and then we stand behind them with the rules of engagement that allow them to fight decisively to defeat America's enemies, which is why we say.
I just have a few seconds left, Mr. Helseth.
And then we stand behind them. When we get caught waterboarding or torturing people, we're going to stand behind them. And we're going to keep saying, this is the American First agenda. And we can't fight like we used to fight. Let's continue.
I was very disturbed in your opening statement where you talked about the priorities that you have. We will work with our partners and allies to deter aggression in the Indo-Pacific from the communist Chinese. There's not a single mention in this statement about Ukraine or Russia. Is this code for we're going to abandon Ukraine?
Senator, the president, that's a presidential level policy decision. He's made it very clear that he would like to see a end to that conflict. We know who the aggressor is. We know who the good guy is. We'd like to see it as advantageous for the Ukrainians as possible, but that war needs to come.
You talk a lot about deterrence of China. I would submit that Xi Jinping is watching what we do very carefully. If we abandon Ukraine, that would be the strongest signal possible to Xi Jinping that he can take Taiwan without significant resistance from this country.
Thank you, Senator King. Senator Scott of Florida.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record 2 letters which testify to Mr. Hegseth's leadership record at concerned veterans.
Ender you are.
It's a surprising reason people were healthier in the 70s.
A lot of wokeness is spoken about. You guys can. I'm not going to play the Republicans part because it's a whole lot of stuff, but you hear
your
a whole
faith
lot.
should have no bearing.
You should hear a whole lot about wokeness policy, DEI, and critical race theory being put upon our military because of Biden and this, that, and the other, and it's not helping the service be more prepared and all this shit. It's Democrat Republicans, and somebody asked, will they be bringing those people that Tim Kaine was talking about? Will they be bringing them in to testify? No, this is the only thing that they have set up for his confirmation. They only allowed one round of questions, 7 minutes each. And he did not meet beforehand with any of the Democrat senators. But he met with all the Republican senators. Well, thank you. It was so glad meeting with you. And we had good discussions. And you hear every Democrat say, I was disappointed that you refused to meet with me and all of this stuff. So they wouldn't even allow a second round of questions. This was over in 4 hours. They had Michael Cohen, who was testifying about the hush money and all of this stuff, who went to jail. They questioned him over 60 something hours. But this man who's going to be over the Defense Department was questioned 4 hours. They refused to allow them a second bite at the apple. And they gave them 7 minutes each. So let me get to Elizabeth Warren. You know, she kicked some ass. And then I'm going to get to the final 2 women who actually served in the military and hear what they have to question him about. Let's go.
And I have serious concerns that your behavior toward women disqualifies you from serving in this role. Now, I've been trying to get answers from you for quite some time on this. You haven't wanted to meet or to answer any of my questions. So we'll just have to do it here and dive in. I want to pick up on some of the questions asked by Senators Shaheen and Gillibrand and Hirono. And I just want to make sure we have a list of some of the facts that I think are undisputed. I'm not going to talk about anonymous sources. I'm just going to quote you directly. We've got the video. We've got it in print. So going back to January 2013, you told a Fox News interviewer that women in the military simply couldn't measure up to men in the military, saying that allowing women to serve in combat roles would force the military to lower the bar. You picked up on that same theme in 2015, making remarks on Fox News, referring to women in combat as, quote, it would erode standards. June 2024, you said on Ben Shapiro's podcast, quote, women shouldn't be in combat at all. And then, of course, we've talked about it in 2024. You published a book, and you say on page 26 of your book, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units. Page 48 of your book, you claim that women should not be in combat roles because men are distracted by women. And then 10 weeks ago, you appeared on the Sean Ryan Show and said, I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. Now, I presume you recall making all these statements?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the article you're pointing to in 2013, but it underscores my argument completely, because in that 2013 argument, I was talking about standards.
No,
Standards are what it's always been about,
Let's not
Senator.
have the same fight
Always
again.
been about Senate
I've quoted you directly. We've got the video. We're happy to show it. But I want to be clear here. For 12 years, you were quite open about your views, and your views were consistently the same. Women are inferior soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and guardians. And in case anyone missed the point, and these are your words from 10 weeks ago, women absolutely straight up should not be permitted to serve in combat. And I notice on each of these quotes, those are said without qualification. It's not by how much you can lift or how fast you can run. They don't belong in combat, period, or your words, straight up. And then on November 9th, 2024, just 32 days after your last public comment saying that women absolutely should not be in combat, you declared that, quote, some of our greatest warriors are women, and you support having them serve in combat. Now, that is a very, very big about face in a very, very short period of time. So help me understand, Mr. Hegseth, what extraordinary event happened in that 32-day period that made you change the core values you had expressed for the preceding 12 years?
Senator, again, I very much appreciate you bringing up my comments from 2013, because for me, this issue has always been about standards. And unfortunately, because of some of the people that have been in political power for the last 4 years, priorities other than standards, lethality, and meritocracy have driven decision-making.
I'm quoting you from the podcast. Women shouldn't be in combat at all. Where is the reference to standards, that they should be there if they can carry, if they can run? I don't see that at all, Mr. Hegseth. What I see is that there's a 32-day period in which you suddenly have another description about your views of women in the military. And I just want to know, what changed in the 32 days that the song you sang is not the song you come in here today to sing?
Senator, the concerns I have and the concerns that many have had, especially in ground combat units, is that in pursuit of certain percentages or quotas, standards have been changed. And that makes the combat more difficult.
Let me make this.
Now he's going standards and quotas. Things have been changed, and you already heard Christian Gillibrand, I believe it was, say that there is no such thing as quotas. But he's going back to his one safe talking point and lying again. Let's continue.
Suggestion about what happened in that 32 days. You got a nomination from President Trump. Now, I've heard of deathbed conversions, but this is the first time I've heard of a nomination conversion. And I hope you understand that many women serving in the military right now might think,
check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All
right. So rapidly your long-held and aggressively pursued views in just 32 days, that 32 days after you get confirmed, maybe you'll just reverse those views and go back to the old guy who said straight up, women do not belong in combat. Now, Mr. Hegseth, you have written that after they retire, generals should be banned from working for the defense industry for 10 years. You and I agree on the corrosive effects of the revolving door between the Pentagon and defense contractors. It's something I would have liked to talk with you about if you'd come and been willing to visit with me. But the question I have for you on this is, will you put your money where your mouth is and agree that when you leave this job, you will not work for the defense industry for 10 years?
Senator, it's not even a question I've thought about, because it's not one
Okay. Good question. He said that generals should not then go on to get a high-paying job with the Defense Department because he don't want no black you niggas who have been elevated to generals to be able to get the jobs that have routinely gone to white men. So that's why he's going to strip you, going to think of reasons to say that you're not qualified to be a general because you may possibly be able to excel your whole life off of the stripes that you get. So they're going to make sure you get no stripes. But he's going to be the Secretary of Defense, and he don't think the generals should be able to for 10 years after they stop their service. But you know, this is a 4-year nomination. This is a 4-year position. The next incoming president, even the same president, can choose to change their defense secretary. You know, a new administration can change it. So, is he going to have to wait 10 years and not be able to work for a contractor, a defense contractor? That's what she's asking him. Does the same apply to you?
Right now.
It's not one, my motivation for this job.
I understand that. I just need a yes or no here.
Come next.
Time is short. I just need a yes or no.
I would consult with the president about what the policy should be
In
at the Defense
other words, you're quite sure that every general who serves should not go directly into the defense industry for 10 years. You're not willing to make that same pledge?
I'm not a general, Senator.
And what's so funny about that? And they're laughing like, she got her. No, he got himself. He's not going to pledge that for himself because it's okay for him to do whatever the fuck he want to do and rub his elbows with the top people and get money. But he tried to prevent it even from happening to people who have served in the service for years at a time, spent their whole career in serving in the service. But just because Donald Trump liked how he talked all that dumb shit on Fox News, he gives him this position, and he ain't gonna agree not to go work for a defense contractor. Of course he would. Let's continue. Ugh, I am so disgusted. Ugh.
You'll be the one, let us just be clear, in charge of the generals. So you're saying sauce for the goose, but certainly not sauce for the gander?
I would want to see what the policy of the
Oh,
president
I'll
is.
bet you would.
Thank you, Senator Warren. Senator Tuberville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for your hard work and your committees.
We
hard work,
definitely
Mr. Chairman, this is
going past
going
him.
well.
Okay,
I'd like
so
to
I'm.
submit this letter. Topic: conduct.
I think this one is good.
Organizations in the world better to have that opportunity. I get it, but we've got to try to
be on the battlefield. We don't need more bureaucracy at the top. We need more warfighters and power at the bottom. So it's going to be my job working with those that we hire and those inside the administration to identify those places where fat can be cut so it can go toward lethality.
Thank you, Senator Tuberville. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Egzoff, welcome to this committee.
Thank you.
You know, we have far too much partisanship in our country right now. I think it's eating away at the fabric of what has always made this country great about bringing people together from all sorts of backgrounds, all sorts of experiences. And we know that in our motto, together as one, we are strong. And so we in this committee, and certainly I speak for myself, but I think I speak for many of my colleagues, want to take partisanship out of this proceeding as much as we can. I'm not naive. It's out there. I get it. But we've got to try to take that out. And I want you to know that as a member of this committee, I have voted in a bipartisan way for secretaries of defense. I voted for 2 secretaries of defense when Donald Trump was previously president. We had those 2. We had, I think, 5 total secretaries of defense during that 4-year period. So we want to keep that in mind as to what we might see in this coming administration. But I voted, and we voted by a big margin for those folks as well. But part of that was the process and having an opportunity to get to know the person and understand their qualifications and understand the standards. You know, I made repeated requests to meet with you prior to this meeting. I know many of my other colleagues also wanted to meet with you. I did that with the other nominees that I was happy to vote for. I thought they were highly qualified individuals and true professionals. And yet I could never get a meeting with you. Was there a reason you were afraid to have one-on-one meetings with some of my colleagues before the hearing?
Senator, I know there was a great deal of outreach to multiple offices. Schedules get full. There's a lot going on.
I was ready.
And I welcome the opportunity,
I was
pending
ready.
my schedule, to have an opportunity to sit down.
I was ready. It would have been so much better to have that opportunity to talk beforehand. I think that's a big mistake, and it doesn't set us on a good course when you refuse to meet with people and have a professional conversation about the huge challenges that we face at the Department of Defense. My colleagues, the folks who introduced you and others, the chairman has mentioned about the management of the DoD as a concern, cost overruns, delays on weapon systems. We need strong management at the Department of Defense.
Yeah, thank God I went to check that my mic is on. The reason that I'm playing this man, see, it's about this $850 billion that this man is going to be over, and his sheer he has no experience in handling this type of money. You heard how he handled when he had millions of dollars of so he's going to hone in on the importance of this man being over that huge of a budget and his inexperience. We must hear this. This is who, let's hear this. Let me shut up.
Defense, first and foremost. We've got to have someone who's going to grab the reins and give the taxpayers value for having the most lethal fighting force in the world that defends freedoms, but we've got to do it in an efficient way. I've heard about the jobs you've had in the past. Let's just talk about qualifications. I know you had 2 previous positions. How many people reported to you in those positions?
Best and worst foods for your liver. Artichokes, they are.
At Vets for Freedom, we were a small upstart. Our focus was
just the number,
working
please.
on Capitol Hill, going back to the battlefield,
Just the number,
war fighters.
just the number, please.
We probably had
Better to have that opportunity to talk beforehand. I think that's a big mistake, and it doesn't set us on a good course when you refuse to.
we probably had 8 to 10.
Wait, I've heard about the jobs you've had in the past. Let's just talk about qualifications. I know you had 2 previous positions. How many people reported to you in those positions?
Senator, at Vets for Freedom, we were a small upstart. Our focus was
just the number,
working
please.
on Capitol Hill, going back to the battlefield,
Just the number,
war fighters.
just the number, please.
We probably had 8 to 10 full-time staff and lots of volunteers.
So you had 8. Has there been any other? We've heard about the 2, and certainly there's been a lot of talk about the mismanagement, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just curious. I won't go into that. Just curious. So you had 8 there. What's the largest number of people you've ever supervised or had in an organization in your career?
Not 3 million. Senator.
No, I don't expect that. Very few people have ever had that experience, but how many? It's a straight up question.
I think we had over 100 full-time staff at Concerned Vets for America, roughly, with thousands of volunteers.
So 100
I was
people.
also a headquarters company commander, which would have been
that's fine.
a couple of hundred. So nothing remotely near the size of the Defense Department, I would acknowledge that.
Actually, not remotely near even a medium-sized company in America, let alone a big company in America, especially a major corporation. And we're hiring you to be the CEO of one of the most complex, largest organizations in the world. We're the board of directors here. I don't know of any corporate board of directors that would hire a CEO for a major company if they came and said, I supervised 100 people before. They'd ask you, well, what kind of experiences you had? We need innovation. Can you give me an experience or your actual experience of driving innovation in an organization? Give me an example of where you have done that.
Oh my goodness, Senator, absolutely. At Concerned Veterans for America, we created the Fixing Veterans Healthcare Task Force, a bipartisan task force that had never been done before, to create policy, to drive policy change on Capitol Hill that organizations fought ferociously against. We got the VA Accountability Act passed and the Mission Act passed in a way that a nonprofit of our size, veterans organization, has never done. And that's testified in all the letters that we put forward to the committee, which are on the record.
I have limited time. Thank you for that. Give me an example of where you've driven down cost. I've heard examples that Senator Blumenthal gave. The cost was a real problem for you in your 50-person organization that you actually raised a lot less than what you actually spent. Did you drive costs down if in a 50-person organization? Let me tell you, we've got to drive costs down dramatically in an organization of 3 million people and hundreds of billions of dollars. You don't have that experience that you can talk about. To me, this is or acquisition reform. Acquisition reform, you bring that up. Have you had experience in acquisition reform?
I've written about and studied on acquisition reform.
Have you
for quite
actually
some
done
time,
it?
Because what we need in the hands of our warfighters better change, because we're not doing it well right now.
It better. And we need people who have experience actually doing that. You talk about standards. Again, I'm going to go back to a CEO of the most complex organization in the world. I don't think there's a board of directors in America that would hire you as a CEO with the kind of experience you have on your resume. You talk about standards. You talk about raising or lower. We have a problem of standards in the DoD, and we have to raise standards for the men and women who serve Do you think that the way to raise the minimum standards of the people who serve us is to lower the standards for the Secretary of Defense? That we have someone who has never managed an organization, more than 100 people, is going to come in and manage this incredibly important organization and do it with a professionalism and has no experience that they can tell us that they have actually done that? I have real problems with that. This is not about other issues that are brought up. They're all very important. I'm just about trying to get things done, managing efficiently, and having the best people who have demonstrated that in a large organization. And I'm sorry, but I don't see that in your background. There are a lot of other things you can do very well. You're a capable person, but you have not convinced me that you're able to take on this tremendous responsibility with a complex organization and having little or no significant management experience.
Senator, I'm grateful to be hired by one of the most successful CEOs in American history, should I be confirmed.
Mr. Hegseth, it seems to me that you've supervised far more people than the average United
So he says if he's confirmed, he's will be hired by one of the most successful CEOs. He's talking about Donald Trump, if he's confirmed. So when has Donald Trump been a successful CEO? Let's go to the next person. We're almost done. We have two more that I really, really want to show you. This is a total ass kisser. He used to be an MMA
Why
fighter.
LA women aren't going to the gym. Is this your tennis instructor?
He was an MMA fighter, but now he's in Congress. Let's
But it's for show. You guys make sure you make a big
To make a correction, the reason that General Austin required a waiver was not because of his participation in a corporate enterprise. It was because he did not have 7 years of interruption between his service and his appointment. Second point is that if any of us were appointed as Secretary of Defense, we would be subject to the same types of questions. And the case in point is Senator John Tower was nominated for Secretary of Defense. It was discovered by his colleagues that his behavior was not commensurate with the responsibilities despite his service, and he was voted down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Duckworth, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Here we
Chairman.
go.
Also, Secretary Mattis had to have this.
Now, you know, Tammy Duckworth was in the service. She stepped on an IED. She lost her legs. So this is a good one. This is the best one, one of the best ones. Let's continue.
Waiver as well. Mr. Hegseth, this hearing is about whether you are qualified to be Secretary of Defense, and one of the qualifications, to answer my colleague's question, is to actually win the votes of every member of this committee and to be confirmed by the United States Senate. And you need to convince us that you're worthy of that vote, because the people of the state of Illinois voted for me to be their senator so that I could cast that vote when it comes to picking who is going to be the next Secretary of Defense. This hearing now seems to be a hearing about whether or not women are qualified to serve in combat, and not about whether or not you are qualified to be Secretary of Defense. And let me just say that the American people need a SecDef who's ready to lead on day one. You are not that person. Our adversaries watch closely during times of transition. And any sense that the Department of Defense that keeps us safe is being steered by someone who's wholly unprepared for the job puts America at risk. And I am not willing to do that. With that in mind, Mr. Hegseth, I want you to try to explain to the American people, this committee, who have to vote for you, and to our troops who are deployed around the world, why you are qualified to lead the Department of Defense. We already know that you've only led the largest, a 200-person organization. We already know that you so badly mangled a budget that after you left, they had to bring in a forensic accountant to figure out what went wrong. And that the largest budget you ever managed was about $18 billion. You know, that is about 51,560 times lower than the Department of Defense budget of $825 billion. $16 million is 51,568 times smaller than the defense budget. Please describe to me, Mr. Hegseth, you talk about DOD passing an audit. Please describe to me a time or an organization when you led underwent an audit, because you say you're going to hire smarter people than you to run this audit. I'm not asking you to be an accountant. I want you to be able to tell me what kind of guidance will be given to those employees, what will happen if whether or not you pass that audit. Have you led an audit of any organization? Yes or no? I don't want a long answer. Yes or no? Have you led an audit of any organization of which you were in charge?
Senator, in both of the organizations I ran, we were always completely fiscally responsible.
Yes or no? Did you lead an audit?
And the way
yes or no? Did you lead an audit? Yes or no?
Completely
what are you afraid of? You can't answer this question. Yes or no? Did you lead an audit? Do you not know this answer?
Senator, every
Yes or
part
no?
of my leadership
Yes
of these
or no?
organizations
Yes
has
or
been
no? Did you lead an audit?
misrepresented
I will
from
take
top
that
to
as a
bottom.
no. What were the findings? So there were no findings because you've never led an audit. What guidance did you give the auditors? None, because you've never led an audit. Nobody expects you to be an accountant, Mr. Hexeth. What we expect is for you to understand the complexity of this Pentagon budget process that is absolutely necessary to outfit our warfighters. Look, the Secretary of Defense is required to make quick decisions every single day that, well, with high-level information that's being provided for them. A Secretary of Defense has to have breadth and depth of knowledge. Right now, I am concerned that you have neither. Mr. Hexeth, what is the highest level of international negotiations that you have engaged in, that you have led in? Because the Secretary of Defense does lead international security negotiations. There are three main ones that the Secretary of Defense leads and signs. Can you name at least one of them?
Could you repeat the question, Senator?
Sure. What is the highest level of international security agreement that you have led? And can you name some that the Secretary of Defense would lead? There's three main ones. Do you know?
I have not been involved in international security arrangements because I have not been in government other than serving in the military. So my job has been
So
to
no, the
lead
answer is
men
no.
and
Can you
women in
name one of the
combat.
three main ones that the
You're talking
Secretary of
about
Defense
defense
signs?
arrangements. I mean, NATO might be one that you're referring to.
Status of Forces Agreement would be one of them.
Status of Forces Agreement. I've been a part of teaching about Status of Forces Agreements.
But you don't.
Okay, so he's been. Let me make sure my mic is on. So yeah, she's whipping his ass. So he's been a part of this, but she just asked him to name three. And when she names Status of Forces, I've been a part of Status. Well, how come you didn't name it, you dumb motherfucker? This just shows you what an idiot this man really is. Okay, let's continue.
Remember to mention it? You're not qualified, Mr. Hexeth. You're not qualified. You talk about repairing our defense industrial complex. You're not qualified to that. You could do acquisition and cross-servicing agreements, which essentially are security agreements. You can't even mention that. You've done none of those. You talked about the Indo-Pacific a little bit, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. Can you name?
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I can afford
Hold
this
on.
F-150.
I apologize. I got to get through the commercials.
At least one of the nations in the ASEAN, and what type of agreement we have.
Okay, now we back. I remember I told y'all to remember the ASEAN. Okay, let's talk. Let's go back.
Counted, Mr. Hexeth. What we expect is for you to understand the complexity of this Pentagon budget process that is absolutely necessary to outfit our warfighters. Look, the Secretary of Defense is required to make quick decisions every single day that, well, with high-level information that's being provided for them. A Secretary of Defense has to have breadth and depth of knowledge. Right now, I am concerned that you have neither. Mr. Hexeth, what is the highest level of international negotiation that you have engaged in, that you have led in? Because the Secretary of Defense does lead international security negotiations. There are three main ones that the Secretary of Defense leads and signs. Can you name at least one of them?
Could you repeat the question, Senator?
Sure. What is the highest level of international security agreement that you have led? And can you name some that the Secretary of Defense would lead? There are three main ones. Do you know?
I have not been involved in international security arrangements because I have not been in government other than serving in the military. So my job has been
So
to
no, the
lead
answer is no.
men
Can
and
you
women in
name one of the
combat.
three main ones that the
You're
Secretary
talking
of
about
Defense
defense
signs?
arrangements. I mean, NATO might be one that you're referring to.
Status of Forces Agreement would be one of them.
Status of Forces Agreement. I've been a part of teaching about Status of Forces Agreements.
But you don't
inside
remember to
Afghanistan.
mention it? You're not qualified, Mr. Hexeth. You're not qualified. You talk about repairing our defense industrial complex. You're not qualified to that. You could do acquisition and cross-servicing agreements, which essentially are security agreements. You can't even mention that. You've done none of those. You talked about the Indo-Pacific a little bit, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. Can you name the importance of at least one of the nations in the ASEAN, and what type of agreement we have with at least?
Oh, this is just icing on the cake that this is a numb nut idiot. Let's continue.
One of those nations. And how many nations are in ASEAN, by the way?
I couldn't tell you the exact
No, you
amount of
couldn't,
nations in
because
that,
you're not
but I know
even
we have
bothered to
allies
do-
in South Korea, in Japan, and in AUKUS with Australia, and trying to work on submarines with them.
Mr.
and data
Hexeth,
transfers
none
with
of those
them.
countries
We
are
have
in
allies
ASEAN.
across.
None of those three countries that you've mentioned are in ASEAN. I suggest you do a little homework before you prepare for these types of negotiations. Listen, Mr. Hexeth, we ask our troops to go into harm's way all the time. We ask them to go into harm's way. And this behind me is a copy of the Soldier's Creed, a copy that usually hangs over my desk here in the Senate. And you should be familiar with it. It's the same copy that hung over my desk at Walter Reed every single day that I woke up and fought my way back because I wanted to go back and serve next to my buddies who saved my life. This same copy, these words are repeated over and over and over again. And let me read out two things to you, two sentences. I will always place the mission first, and I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough trained and proficient in my warrior task. Mr. Hegseth, our troops follow these words every single day, and they man up and they pack their rucksacks and they go to war. And they deserve a leader who can lead them, not a leader who wants to lower the standards for himself or raising the standards for other people. And by the way, our troops already meet the standards. We ask troops to man that ship, fight that fire, fly that helicopter until their very last breath. And they do that every single day. They cannot be led by someone who's not competent to do the job. How can we ask these warriors to train and perform the absolute highest standards when you are asking us to lower the standards to make you the Secretary of Defense simply because you are buddies with our president-elect? And by the way, he has filed for bankruptcy 6 times. I'm not quite sure he's the kind of CEO you want to refer to as a successful businessman. Let me make it clear. You can't seem to grasp that there is no U.S. military as we know it without the incredible women that we serve. Women who've earned their place in their units. You have not earned your place as Secretary of Defense. You say you care about keeping our armed forces strong and that you like that our armed forces are meritocracy, then let's not lower the standards for you. You, sir, are a no-go at this station.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth. I would like to submit for the record a letter submitted by Mr. Brian.
Enough said. Drop the mic. Drop the mic. Okay, so I got one more that I want you. I do believe it's only one more that I want you to see question. One more. Oh, I may want her. I don't know. I don't know if I really want her. I may want her.
I am going to defer to my good friend and colleague, Senator Rosen,
That
from
is
the
a really
great
good,
state of Nevada.
really good decision. Senator Rosen, you are recognized.
And thank you, Senator Kelly. I owe you one. Thank you, Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, for holding this hearing. And Mr. Hegseth, I appreciate your service and your willingness to serve again. However, I am deeply disappointed that you would not agree to meet with me, as other members have said on this committee prior to this hearing, as is the precedent for this committee and others. So let me tell you a little bit about what I would have talked about had you made yourself available prior to the hearing. Nevada is home to the premier aviation training ranges for both the Air Force and the Navy.
Today, we'll explore how to leverage the XYZ
Hold
AI
on.
rating agency.
Place in the country where we are able to verify the reliability of our nuclear stockpile without the need for explosive testing. The Nevada National Guard is one of the only few units across the country with the mission of fighting wildfires. It's for another hearing. And currently activated to fight the devastating fires around Los Angeles in support of our neighbors. We therefore play a critical role in our national security, and the person who holds the position of Secretary of Defense matters greatly to Nevada service members and our military equities. But every single person who serves in the military, we've talked about, my colleagues, esteemed colleagues, have talked about recruitment and retention. One day, they will become a veteran. So my veterans and the folks who are serving active duty now are concerned about what you think. DOD does not have jurisdiction over Nevada's 200,000 plus veterans, but I am interested in your views about the service members once they've transitioned out of the military, given the influence you would have while they're in
I'm
service.
going to go on. I'm going to go
2019, in a
beyond
segment
her.
of Fox and Friends, you said that veteran service organizations, VSOs, I'm going to quote, encourage veterans to apply for every government benefit they can ever get after they leave the service. You stated you don't want to, quote, be dependent on government assistance from the VA based on injuries or illnesses that might have arisen from your military service. So I'm just going to ask you a few yes or no questions about veterans, understanding you don't have jurisdiction, but this is important to our morale, it's important to our recruitment.
Let's understand that he was on Fox and Friends, and he said that if I was to report every hurt, every pain, I could be 100% disabled and be just sitting at home collecting my veterans benefits. But you're sitting up on Fox and Friends News because you like to spew a lot of rhetoric. But what he was saying is that so what? You got an ankle thing. So what? You got a knee thing. Don't be dependent upon the VA, the actual guarantees that you were given if you were hurt. Now you want to downgrade everybody's aches and pains and headaches and things that have happened to them. They shouldn't go out and get the benefits that they were guaranteed. Because look at me. I could be 100% and I don't have to come here and work on Fox News and be on TV and be coming into work, coming on to the hairdressers and all of this and blah, blah, blah. That's what she's talking about. So if you guys want to finish hearing why she is talking about veteran issues, because he set his ass up on Fox News and basically said that you just shouldn't collect veteran benefits and be dependent. Okay, so let's get right here, Mark Kelly.
Questions?
Pursuant to the bipartisan staff agreement that we reached late last year, this will be one round of 7-minute questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll be happy.
So they were asking them, could they do another round of questioning? And he was telling them no, because they wanted to get this motherfucker in and out as quickly as possible. And no, we cannot have another round of questioning. Okay, let's continue.
Happy to recognize my colleague, Mr. Reed.
I think it's important to note for the record that when Secretary Hagel was here, we had 3 rounds of questioning. When Secretary Carter was here, we had 2 rounds of questioning. And I cannot recall any time where I have denied, as the chairman, a member to ask for a second round and receive the second round. So we are, I think, violating the principles of the committee, and I just want to go
And your comment is noted.
Thank
you. Okay, so are you clear now? They want to get this motherfucker in and out. They are not going to allow for a second round of questioning. Okay, let's get to
Mr. Hegseth, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your service to this country.
Thank you, Senator.
Few nominees come into this room with all the necessary experience to do this job, to be Secretary of Defense. We get that. It's a reflection on just how big of a job this is. What I want to understand is whether or not you bring any of the necessary experience that this job requires. And here's where I'm concerned. Senator Coleman, in introducing you, and this is a quote, he said, "He has struggled and overcome great personal challenges," unquote. You walk in here saying that you've had personal and character issues in your past, including heavy drinking, which you wrote about. And you said, and this is a quote from you, that you said, "I sit before you as an open book." Yet you haven't actually said what personal challenges it is that you've overcome when you've been asked about them. So I'm going to give you an opportunity here to be as forthright as you say you want to be. So while leading Concerned Veterans of America, there were very specific cases cited by individuals about your conduct. I'm going to go through a few of them, and I just want you to tell me if these are true or false. Very simple. On Memorial Day 2014, at a CVA event in Virginia, you needed to be carried out of the event for being intoxicated.
Senator, anonymous smears.
Just true or false? Very simple. Summer of 2014 in Cleveland, drunk in public with the CVA team.
Anonymous smears.
I'm just asking for true or false questions, true or false answers. An event in North Carolina, drunk in front of 3 young female staff members after you had instituted a no alcohol policy and then reversed it. True or false?
Anonymous smears.
December of 2014 at the CVA Christmas party at the Grand Hyatt at Washington, D.C., you were noticeably intoxicated and had to be carried up to your room. Is that true or false?
Anonymous smears.
Another time, a CVA staffer stated that you passed out in the back of a party bus. Is that true or false?
Anonymous smears.
In 2014, while in Louisiana on official business for CVA, did you take your staff, including young female staff members, to a strip club?
Absolutely not. Anonymous smears.
So, is it
the real cause of sunspots on our skin?
Hi, sorry to bother you, but
that the organization reached a financial settlement with a female staffer who claimed to be at a strip club with you, and there was a colleague who attempted to sexually assault her? Was there a financial settlement?
Senator, I was not involved in that. I don't know the nature of how that played out.
But you understand there was a financial settlement for a young female staffer who accused another member of the organization, not you, of sexual assault in a strip club.
We have multiple statements on the record referring to that.
But you claim you were not there when that occurred.
Absolutely not.
Now, the behavior I cited, if true, do you think that this behavior of intoxication, going into these type of establishments, women on your staff being so uncomfortable that they have to file these sort of harassment claims, do you think this is appropriate behavior for a leader?
Senator, the overwhelming majority of anyone who's worked for me, including the on-the-record statements that have been submitted to this with their name on it, on the record, men and women who worked with me every day, are the overwhelming preponderance of evidence that testify. To my leadership and professionalism in leading Vets for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. My leadership has been completely impugned on these veterans organizations that did fantastic work.
Mr. Hegseth, I'm not even going to go into the, I'm not even going to go into the
and we managed our
accusations.
financial books with integrity across the board. How many people, everybody who runs the campaign.
I have limited time. I'm not going to get into the accusations that come from Fox News. Now you have some of your Fox News colleagues here. There were multiple instances of accusations against you about drinking on the job.
All anonymous, all false, all refuted by my colleagues who I worked with for 10 years at 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and everything.
He says all false, all anonymous. They're not all anonymous. Refuted by my colleagues. Your colleagues are some of the complainants, but only the colleagues that refute them matter. Not the colleagues that are making the complaint. They don't matter. And it's all child by. We're almost done. We're almost done. We have about 15 more minutes, and that's it. We're going to be done.
The challenge here for me, Mr. Hegseth, is when there is discussion about personal challenges, and you admittedly had issues with heavy drinking. It's hard to kind of square the circle here. It's kind of a difficult thing to do. Let me ask you, if I have about 90 seconds left here, if you had to answer these questions about sexual assault against you and your drinking and your personal conduct, would it have been different if you were under oath?
Senator, all I'm pointing out is the false claims against me.
Okay, I take it you do not want to answer that question. I walked into this hearing this morning concerned that you haven't demonstrated adequate leadership in your civilian roles. And this is a dangerous world we're living in here. And America cannot afford a Secretary of Defense who is unprepared for that mission. I'm going to leave with concerns about your transparency. You say you've had personal issues in your past, yet when asked about those very issues, you blame an anonymous smear campaign, even when many of these claims are not anonymous. Which is it? Have you overcome personal issues, or are you the target of a smear campaign? It can't be both. It's clear to me that you're not being honest with us or the American people because you know the truth would disqualify you from getting the job. And just as concerning as each of these specific disqualifying accusations are, what concerns me just as much is the idea of having a Secretary of Defense who is not transparent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my 2 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. I would, at this point, ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record letters by Tina Kingston.
4 different secretaries.
What takes 7 minutes
Hold
to cook
on.
has up to 22 grams of.
Hold on. I think I have her and one more lady. 7 minutes. Let me get to the beginning.
And watch them make decisions that literally determine the.
I think she served in the CIA.
Chair recognizes the distinguished ranking member for unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit an article discussing some of the issues of readiness and DEI. There has been a comment that 5.9 million man-hours have been used for DEI. General Milley clarified that is an
Hold on, we may have.
more than 2
Hold on, we may have
million
14 minutes. I may.
Man hours, and that sounds like a lot. The more
Here we go.
Hex's conduct with regard to
Okay.
hours.
On quote, unquote.
Here we go. Okay,
conduct
so this is, I definitely want you to hear this bullshit.
with regard to female staffers. Without objection, that is added to the record. And Senator Banks, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Hegseth. You have conducted yourself very well today. In fact, so well that I believe it's incumbent upon this committee to confirm you ASAP to get you on the job to clean up the mess that we have at the Pentagon ongoing at this moment because of the leadership there over the last 4 years that's failed us. In President Biden's first year in office, the Department of Defense spent over...
Okay, I want to get you nominated right now because of the mess that is over there, because the leadership over there has failed us. You understand right now that the defense secretary is a black man. Do you guys understand that? You understand, what is his name? Austin. Remember he went missing. He was sick. He was in the hospital. He didn't alert anybody. They wanted him to be fired. I forget his name, a high-ranking general, a career serviceman. So all of these accolades, all of these battalions that he has been the leader of. So he wants this numbnut to be appointed right now because of all the mess that is over in the Defense Department now. Is it because this black man is leading it? Let's continue. Now let's listen at all the fucking dog whistles in this exchange.
5 million man hours on quote unquote counter extremism and diversity training, what you and I might call woke training or DEI. The administration has refused to provide us any more recent data than that first year, but we know that it's exponentially more man hours wasted on DEI over the last 4 years. And I wonder, what do you make of that? What could those 5 million man hours in that first year of Secretary Austin and President Biden's administration, what could those 5 million man hours have been used for?
Senator, that's a lot of service members sitting in a lot of briefs, hearing about a lot of threats or political perspectives that might be dangerous, that do not comport to threats that actually exist inside the force, or ideas that introduce critical race theory or DEI or climate change initiatives that they and their commands have to conform to. And every time one of those happens, it gets pushed down the chain of command. That also includes new layers of leadership that have been created under this administration, committed to enforcing those types of DEI and CRT initiatives. So we hear 5 million man hours.
Okay, so critical race theory. Oh my God. Okay, listen. Critical race, listen. Where just because you say that fuck it, I just can't. I just because you say that in the 1950s the military decided to do things that were not so overtly prejudiced against black people who were serving in the armed forces. Let's be clear. The reason why it was up in 2024 is because there was still diverse racism in the military. So of course he doesn't see it because he's not a person who would receive it. So we're just going to pretend it does not happen. Of course you can pretend it doesn't happen. As you go to Trump in when he was a president at his last term to get your buddies pardon for committing war crimes in Guantanamo Bay. Of course you don't see it. Did you hear these were Muslim people who were in Gitmo? Didn't you hear somebody ask him about getting drunk and saying he hate Muslims, yelling out he hate Muslim at a club? And this dude was in Gitmo and got 2 of his buddies who were convicted pardoned. But he gonna act like no fucking racism exists in the armed forces. But they want to put him as a defense secretary over all the armed forces. Let's continue.
And that sounds like a lot. The more troubling aspect is how many training hours that takes away from a company commander or battalion commander or wing commander who's out there trying to maintain their force, which is already constrained because of what the Biden administration has done to the defense budget and defense capabilities. So they're having to choose between the political prerogative.
What has he done to the defense budget but increase it? Get the fuck out of here. Let's go.
Of the civilians who who are demanding more DEI and CRT and gender quotas and the readiness of their forces. And I believe this.
No, we're talking about DEI, CRT. CRT is a study college course. So how can you have a quota? You mean to tell me they are making quotas that these people must go and take this advanced graduate study? That's what CRT is. He don't even know what CRT is. Let's be clear. So God forbid, CRT is teaching in history of how the system works. So CRT is a quota as well. And he's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking idiot. And they're trying to sneak their little woke CRT, critical race theory, DEI, and what was the other one? Bullshit into this conversation to make you feel that he's qualified. To appeal to the base, to say, hey, well, he is a good candidate. Oh, we stand behind 45, 47. What a great candidate this man is. As many times as they shoot these terms up, these red herrings up, to make you feel like he is actually a good candidate.
Pentagon is prepared because of our commander-in-chief for a Secretary of Defense, should I be confirmed, that laser focuses on these issues, and they're ready to respond. They want to pack their rucksacks and go train because they understand we live in a dangerous world.
I think that's an important point, a key point, because months later, while the priority of the Biden-Austin-led Pentagon was on DEI and woke training, one of the biggest embarrassments in American history happened when we lost 13 of our heroes in the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Okay. A botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. So they want to say that was one of the worst. He wants to say, of course, he's from Indiana. He wants to say that was one of the worst things that happened. But how about we gonna forget about the Bush administration getting intelligence that said that there was going to be a strike in America, and when that strike happened, Bush was in a Grace elementary school reading books to children, and they did no actions upon getting that intel. But he wants to talk about 13 people who were actually unalive during the withdrawal from this 20-year war Bush then put us in, with no victory in this war. And he want to mitigate all the death that happened in this manufactured war. Are you kidding me? Let's continue.
Secretary Austin testified before the House Armed Services Committee a couple of years ago, and responding to a question from me said he had, quote, no regrets.
Welcome to the courtyards at Hidden Crest. Luxury.
What do you make of that?
Senator, it's shameful. They still tout it as the most successful airlift in American history, when what the rest of us all saw was true laid before our eyes. Utter failure, a destruction of a military legacy there, abandonment of our allies.
What type of a destruction of a military legacy laid there? What type of legacy did this 20-year Afghanistan war mean? We didn't win it. What the fuck is he talking about? The tarnishing of a legacy. A 20-year war that made a whole lot of defense contractors rich. Is he serious? I'm just asking. Did you guys watch this bullshit yesterday? Okay, that's why I'm not playing the Republican stuff. I dropped the link. You can listen to this bullshit on your own. But I did want you guys to hear the bullshit that these motherfuckers are talking. Okay.
Death of American troops, detriment to our reputation, and then no answers and no accountability on the other side. And then what was unleashed because of what happened in Afghanistan? The October 7th attacks, an invasion into Ukraine, The world recognized weakness for what it was. And who bore the brunt for it? The troops on the front lines at Abbey Gate doing an impossible job whose external security was the Taliban?
So you mean to tell me Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine because 13 U.S. Soldiers died when they were leaving Afghanistan? That because that showed us as being weak. But you don't give a fuck about us being weak because you are willing to go in and if Trump tells you to actually take over Greenland, one of our adversaries. But you're talking about because Russia went into Ukraine because it looked like the United States were weak. And they want this numbnuts to be over the Defense Department with this fucking thinking, with this bullshit propaganda type of thinking and talking and presenting all this propaganda. Bullshit. Okay, let's continue.
Because there was no actual plan for this under the Biden administration, and yet not a single person, the only person held accountable in those moments was a Marine Corps lieutenant colonel who had the courage to stand up and say someone should be held accountable for that. His name is Stu Scheller. No one else involved has ever taken accountability for it. And when that microcosm becomes the reality of the perception of the American military or America's commitment to victory and success and positive outcomes, the world responds to that. President Trump is going to restore real deterrence by bringing a real warrior culture back, rebuilding our military, and ending wars properly. And if we have to fight them, winning them decisively.
I served in Afghanistan. You served in Afghanistan. 75% of our nation's veterans disagree with how the withdrawal from Afghanistan was handled. The embarrassment of it, what that's done, I believe, has directly impacted our historic retreat.
But y'all wasn't embarrassed by invading Iraq, who had nothing to do with it. There's no embarrassment there. Not one bit of embarrassment there. And you talking about the way we left this dragged out 20-year war in Afghanistan and 13 people died was an embarrassment. How about how you not embarrassed about all the motherfucking servicemen that died in Iraq that ain't had a goddamn thing to do with 9/11? No, it is no embarrassment there. Ain't nobody taking no responsibility about that shit. The thousands of active duty people who died there, who ain't nobody embarrassed about that shit. Come on.
Recruitment crisis in this country, without a doubt. And you've already talked about that, but how do we fix it? How do we bring pride back to wearing the uniform for the next generation, to inspire them to do what you and I did, to raise our right hand and take that oath and serve this great country?
I really do think it comes back to strong, clear leadership, patriotic, pro-American leadership that says we're not going to focus on all the other political prerogatives. That's why we all have political perspectives. I said this before and I'll say it again. In uniform, none of that matters. You wear green, you wear blue, you bleed red. That's it. Who you vote for doesn't matter. But when the perception of that changes, then you don't want people deciding whether to serve based on a political party in power. That's a dangerous thing for continuity inside your military. And it's fragile right now. President Trump, and if I'm confirmed with my leadership, we're going to restore the continuity of an apolitical military.
All right, well, here we go.
In any
So
particular
Donald
scenario.
Trump asked for do with the uniform military.
Hold on.
Four
This
different
is the last one, I believe.
Chair recognizes.
4 different secretaries of defense, both.
Chair recognizes the distinguished rank.
Megan Myers, and I will get the.
Okay. Chair recognizes the.
Megan Myers, and I will get.
Last one.
Okay.
Military.com. I'm sorry.
Without objection, it will be admitted to the record. And
What he's submitting to the record now was a correction of the lies that they said, the number of hours that was diverted to the DEI training in the military. They don't want, they've already taken it out of the federal government, Walmart, McDonald's. They definitely, they are stripping down the civil rights, gains that we've had. You heard in the beginning of this show, Jasmine Crockett talking about that. So be clear what this agenda is. They don't want us to have any foothold, and they are trying to take all the fucking gains that we have. They are stripping them away. So some idiot was talking about, oh, that was Flickr. Of course, we know she's an idiot, saying that we should pull ourselves up by our bootstraps when they fucking are stealing our boots and not even giving us any fucking shoes to wear. Let's be clear. Okay, this is the last one, I think.
Slotkin, welcome to the committee, and
Thank
you are
you.
recognized.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for referencing the great Carl Levin as you introduced me. We miss him in Michigan. For those who I haven't met in my 1 week that I've been sworn into the Senate, I'm a CIA officer recruited after 9/11. I did 3 tours armed in Iraq alongside the military, and have worked for 4 different secretaries of defense, both Democrat and Republican, proudly, and watched them make decisions that literally determine the life and death of Americans in the dark of night. I'm also a Democrat representing a state that Trump won, right? We both won on the same ballot. So I understand that President Trump has the right to nominate his people. We are going to have policies that we disagree with. All of that to me comes very standard. What I think I'm most concerned with is that no president has the right to use the uniformed military in a way that violates the U.S. Constitution and further taints the military as that apolitical institution that we all want, right? And our founders designed the system so that we had posse comitatus, that we weren't going to use active duty military inside the United States and make American citizens potentially scared of their own military. We went through our own experience with that with the British. As the Secretary of Defense, you will be the one man standing in the breach should President Trump give an illegal order, right? I'm not saying he will, but if he does, you are going to be the guy that he calls to implement this order. Do you agree that there are some orders that can be given by the Commander-in-Chief that would violate the U.S. Constitution?
Senator, thank you for your service. But I reject the premise that President Trump is going to be giving illegal orders.
No, I'm not saying he will, but do you believe there is such a thing as an illegal order that Joe Biden or any other president, Donald Trump, could give? Is there anything that a commander-in-chief could ask you to do with the uniformed military that would be in violation of the U.S. Constitution?
Senator, anybody of any party
Right.
could give an order that is against the Constitution or against the law.
Right. Okay. So are you saying that you would stand in the breach and push back if you were given an illegal order?
I start by saying I reject the premise that President
I
Trump will be
understand.
giving
Done your
any
genuflecting
illegal
to him.
orders
But
at all.
this isn't a hypothetical, okay? Your predecessor in a Trump administration, Secretary Esper, was asked and did use uniformed military to clear unarmed protesters. He was given the order to potentially shoot at them. Helos flew low in Washington, D.C. as crowd control. He later apologized publicly for those actions. Was he right or wrong to apologize?
Senator, I was there on the ground.
And
I saw that. I saw
I
the
understand,
helo
and I
myself.
respect that.
I've been there.
But
I
you're about
understand
to
the
be the
level of threat
Secretary of
that was
Defense.
involved in that moment. I
Was
also
he right
understand
to? So he was
legality and the Constitution.
Sir, was he right As the Secretary of Defense, you will be the one man standing in the breach should President Trump give an illegal order, right? I'm not saying he will, but if he does, you are going to be the guy that he calls to implement this order. Do you agree that there are some orders that can be given by the Commander-in-Chief that would violate the U.S. Constitution?
Senator, thank you for your service. But I reject the premise that President Trump is going to be giving.
God damn it, I was on mute. Okay. This is a man. He's already said that he was there. He saw the helicopters flying low. And, I'm going to end. I'm hating the way this mute me, unmute me, mute me, unmute me. I'm not muting myself. Sometimes when I click on and click off, I go on mute. Listen very carefully. Esper did take the command to fly the helicopters low to disperse the protests outside of the White House so Trump could go across the street and wave a Bible in the air and say absolutely nothing. But he did not take the command to shoot the protesters. And she's asking him, would he do this? And he's making excuses, apologizing. I was there. I saw the threat. There was no threat. These were unarmed protesters protesting, which they have a right to do under the Constitution. So we are getting all of these loyalists in. Is there anything else to talk about 5 days before this regime is put in the White House? Is there any more important conversation we as people, as Black people, when we see what is being done to put us in a second-class Jim Crow type of situation in the United States of America that our forefathers built, that our forefathers worked free to give the white man generational wealth? Because remember, the white woman couldn't even own land back there when they were getting rich off of our backs, and as they steadily beat us in the back. And they're trying to take us back. They are repealing a whole lot of liberties that our forefathers have fought and died for, stripping us. And this is happening in broad daylight. They told you they were going to do it. They told you they were going to put loyalists in these top positions. This is a loyalist who finds nothing wrong with torture and being put on the streets to come at American citizens. So somebody who is fine with torture is being put over the Defense Department. Let's continue. I'm going to end this with this. I think she's the last one. I just can't believe that we as Black people who think we are so sophisticated and so one above each other find anything else to talk about than what we saw in this hearing yesterday. This shit is frightening. And it's real. That's it.
Illegal order.
No, I'm not saying he will, but do you believe there is such a thing as an illegal order that Joe Biden or any other president, Donald Trump, could give? Is there anything that a commander-in-chief could ask you to do with the uniformed military that would be in violation of the U.S. Constitution?
Senator, anybody of any party
Right.
could give an order that is against the Constitution or against the law.
Right. Okay. So are you saying that you would stand in the breach and push back if you were given an illegal order?
I start by saying I reject the premise that President
I
Trump will be
understand.
giving
You've done your
any
genuflecting
illegal
to him,
orders
but
at all.
This isn't a hypothetical. Okay. Your predecessor in a Trump administration, Secretary Esper, was asked and did use uniformed military to clear unarmed protesters. He was given the order to potentially shoot at them. Helos flew low in Washington, D.C. as crowd control. He later apologized publicly for those actions. Was he right or wrong to apologize?
Senator, I was there on the ground.
And
I saw that. I saw
I
the
understand,
video
and I
myself.
respect that.
I've been there.
But you're
I
about
understand
to
the
be
level
the
of threat
Secretary of
that was
Defense.
involved in that moment. I
Was
also
he right to?
understand
So he was
legality and the Constitution.
Sir, was he
and
right
the
or
laws of what
wrong
you
to
have.
apologize?
I'm not going to put words in the mouth of Secretary Esper or
No,
anybody else.
he said them himself. You don't have to. What are you scared of? Did he do the right thing by apologizing?
I'm not scared of anything, Senator.
Then say
I'm
yes or no.
interested
You
in
can say
upholding
no.
The laws and the Constitution.
Okay.
In any
So
particular
Donald
scenario.
Trump asked for the active duty 82nd Airborne to be deployed during that same time. Secretary Esper has written that he convinced him against that decision. If Donald Trump asked you to use the 82nd Airborne in law enforcement roles in Washington, D.C., would you also convince him otherwise?
I'm not going to get ahead of conversations I would have with the president. However, there are laws and processes inside our Constitution that would be followed.
President Trump said in November that he is willing to consider using the active duty military against the quote enemy within. Have you been personally involved in discussions of using the U.S. military active duty inside the United States?
Senator, I'm fine. I'm glad we finally got to the topic of border security equaling national security because it's been abdicated and ignored for the last 4 years.
That wasn't my question. I'm just asking, have you been involved? You're about to be the Secretary of Defense potentially. Have you been involved in discussions about using the active duty military inside the United States?
Senator, I am not yet the Secretary of Defense.
Right. I'm
If
just asking.
confirmed, I would be party to any number of
But you haven't been in
conversations,
any of these
which I would not
conversations.
reveal what I have discussed with the President of the
No,
United States.
just have you been in conversations? You're going to be in charge of 3 million people, the active duty that I know you care about. I believe you care about. So have you been in conversations about using the active duty in any way, whether it's setting up in detention camps, policing dangerous cities? Have you been involved in any of those conversations?
Certainly, I have been involved in conversations relating to doing things this administration has not, which is secure the southern border and not allow floods of illegal
So are
into our
you-
country. Through an invasion that threatens the American people.
Okay,
And there
I
are
got
ways
it.
in which the military is already playing a role in that, to include 5,000 National
Do you
Guardsmen from
believe
Indiana and
that the
Texas.
US
We're at the border right now, allowing for border
Will
security.
you
So there is
ask the
plenty of
active
precedent
duty
for
military to
members
staff
enforcing
detention
our southern
centers?
border.
Our U.S. military is not trained in law enforcement roles. I think you know that, right? We've seen how that mission is difficult for them in places like Iraq and Afghanistan because that's not the training a uniformed military comes with. Do you support the use of active duty military in supporting detention camps?
Senator, everything we will do would be lawful and under the Constitution,
Okay,
but
I'm
I
gonna take that as
recognize
yes.
that this administration has abdicated its responsibility. President Trump is going to
Okay,
restore
in the
order at the
spirit
border.
of preserving
our
the
enemies from
institution.
invading. And yes, he has said
Sir,
mass
I get your
deportations
filibustering.
will
I
be
get it.
a part of what
In the
happens.
spirit of preserving the institution that I think we both care about, legitimately, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. I've heard a couple of different things. One, you said you will not change the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is what governs justice system in the military. Yes or no? You said that earlier.
Those are
I'm just
laws,
confirming.
Senator, set by Congress.
Okay, so you will not go to change it. You will not attempt to change it. You also said that JAG officers are potentially people who put their own interests in their own medals and promotions ahead of the troops. Senator Lindsey Graham was a JAG officer for most of his life. Is that what you believe about those who implement our justice system in the U.S. military?
Senator, I was speaking about particular JAG officers I've had to deal with in my military
Are you going to
experience,
get
not about a
involved?
member of the United States.
Are you, as Secretary of Defense, going to get involved in the implementation of the U.S. Military Code of Justice?
Senator, ultimately, it will be a big part of my job to evaluate decisions vis-a-vis
Okay,
the
so I'll take
Uniform
that.
Code of
I'll
Military
take that as
Justice.
yes. Have you seen the,
fairly.
is CQ Brown on your list in the Warrior boards to be removed from his position?
Senator, every single senior officer will be reviewed based on meritocracy, standards, lethality, and commitment to lawful orders they will be given.
Thank you, Senator Slotkin. I now recognize
people, the active duty that I know you care about, I believe you care about. So have you been in conversations about using the active duty in any way? Whether it's setting up in detention camps, policing dangerous cities, have you been involved in any of those conversations?
Certainly, I have been involved in conversations relating to doing things this administration has not, which is secure the southern border and not allow floods of illegal
So
into
are
our
you-
country
so-
through an invasion
Okay.
that threatens the American people.
Okay,
And
okay,
there
I
are
got
ways
it.
in which the military
Oh,
has
my
already planned
God.
to include 5,000 National
Do you
Guardsmen from
believe
Indiana and
that the
Texas.
US
We're at the border right now, allowing for border
Will
security.
you
So there is
ask the
plenty of
active
precedent
duty
for
military to
members
staff
enforcing
detention
our southern
centers?
border.
Our U.S. military is not trained in law enforcement roles. I think you know that, right? We've seen how that mission is difficult for them in places like Iraq and Afghanistan because that's not the training a uniformed military comes with. Do you support the use of active duty military in supporting detention camps?
Senator, everything we will do would be lawful and under the Constitution,
Okay,
but
I'm
I
gonna take that as a
recognize
yes.
that this administration has abdicated its responsibility. President Trump is going to
Okay,
restore
in the
order at the
spirit
border,
of preserving
prevent our
the
enemies from
institution,
invading. And yes, he has said
Sir,
mass
I get your
deportations
filibustering.
will
I
be
get it.
a part of what
In
happens.
the spirit of preserving the institution that I think we both care about, legitimately, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. I've heard a couple.
Okay, let me make sure I'm off mute. Okay, what I was saying was, she asked him about a specific high-ranking general, and what you have to pay attention to what his answer is. His answer is we have to make sure he's qualified, he is up to snuff, or whatever else he said, and that he will take a lawful order. We already heard that Trump was giving unlawful orders to disperse that crowd in D.C., and half of his order was taken because they were flying those helicopters real low, so the people would be blown around in the streets. But the other half, the defense secretary would not put soldiers in the streets to shoot them. Let's understand that this was the other thing that Trump wanted him to do. And you heard him sit up here saying, I don't think Trump will give a unlawful order. We already know he has done that. So you are the only thing in between. So let's be clear. He's going to tell you that they're going to get rid of people who they don't think will take a lawful order. So Project 2025 already told you that they were going to fill the ranks with loyalists. And so he's going to possibly demote a lot of people in the military who they don't think will just do whatever Trump says. This is a very, very dangerous time. And I know a lot of people didn't pay attention to this, but a lot of people really need to be paying attention to what is really being said here. These are protesters. These are American citizens, and they're talking about lawful and dislawful. I don't think Trump will give me a illegal order when you already know he did, and you're trying to be an apologist talking about I was there and I saw the people climbing fences and this, that, and the other. It's not like you said I was there and I saw people beating people like they did in the Capitol. You didn't see the people at this peaceful protest doing any of the shit that they were doing up on the Capitol. But you ain't got nothing. If they were doing the shit that they were doing on the Capitol and they weren't Trump loyalists, so what would have happened if they had Pete in the helm and Trump in power? But see, because thankfully Biden was in power at that point. But well, Biden he wasn't in power, but he had won the election. So what if they had a Pete in power and these were Democrats or people who didn't have the same mindset or follow the same political association as 45 is? Now, listen. Listen, these people are telling you this out of their own mouth, and they will be in power in 5 days. This regimen will be in power in 5 days. So this shit is very, very frightening. This is not a game. This is true. And people are acting like everything is going to be la-di-da-di like it has before. Everybody's thinking that this is going to be la-di-da-di. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. I'm going to wrap this up. Let you hear it from his own mouth.
Couple of different things. One, you said you will not change the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is what governs justice system in the military. Yes or no? You said that earlier.
Those are
I'm just
laws,
confirming.
Senator, set by Congress.
Okay, so you will not go to change it. You will not attempt to change it. You also said that JAG officers are potentially people who put their own interests in their own medals and promotions ahead of the troops. Senator Lindsey Graham was a JAG officer for most of his life. Is that what you believe about those who implement our justice system in the U.S. military?
Senator, I was speaking about particular JAG officers I've had to deal with in my military
Are you going to
experience,
get
not about a
involved?
member of the United States
Are
Senate.
you, as Secretary of Defense, going to get involved in the implementation of the U.S. military code of justice?
Senator, ultimately, it will be a big part of my job to evaluate decisions vis-a-vis
Okay,
the
so I'll take
Uniform
that.
Code of
I'll
Military
take that as
Justice.
yes. Have you seen
fairly.
is CQ Brown on your list in the Warrior boards to be removed from his position?
Senator,
Black man.
every single senior officer will be reviewed based on meritocracy, standards, lethality, and commitment to lawful orders they will be given.
Thank you, Senator Slotkin. I now recognize Senator Shaheen for a unanimous.
Commitment to lawful orders that they will be given. Loyalists. That's all that is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have.
Look at his wife back there in the burgundy. She was so impressed. Ooh, he told him, bitch. Listen, these dumb motherfuckers. Just kill
former
me.
general who served 35 years, Dennis Leitch, who
I think that's
most recently
it.
was
Yeah,
commander of the 94th.
That's it.
Notify members of a specific time until which the record will remain open for submission of questions for the record.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
That will be a day or two. This concludes today's hearing. I want to thank the witnesses for.
Okay. Of course he's from Mississippi. Of course he won't allow any more questioning. Of course this is unprecedented. So you guys didn't see that? Okay. So what else do I have? Oh, that's all I have. This is a long. Oh, no, I have something else. I have one more thing. I hope you guys saw this. This is already happening to our children. A lot of us know. I did a show about how they are always adulting our children to make it seem like they are older than they are. So if you guys didn't see this, let's listen to this and let's talk about it. An 11-year-old girl was put in handcuffs by cops on her way to school. And thank God her friends, when the cops told her, you guys can leave. And she said, no, I'm staying. This is my sister. And then she tell her little friend, she said, I'm staying here. I don't care what your daddy say. And they recorded it. And then you see these cops put this girl, you have on the exact clothes that they say. Somebody stole a car. They stole a key to it, just in case you don't hear it good. I'm going to play it, though. Somebody stole a Kia. They said you stole the car. And then the girl's like, I ain't stole no car. We just got out of school. We've been playing. And then the friend says, if you go over there to the park, you can see where we've been playing in the snow. It's snowmen. Our tracks are there and everything. We ain't been stole no car. And then the female cop goes, put a phone up to her and said, you can't tell me that ain't you. Now, this is a grown woman holding a phone of the picture of the person who did it and tells her, you can't tell me this ain't you. She said, that's not me. Well, you have on the same thing. She said, I don't have on those shoes. You see my shoes. I don't have on. And then another cop who arises to the scene, tell her, well, if you just tell the truth, you're gonna make it easy on you. They tried to ramrod an 11-year-old child and told her, you know that's you. And then when they got and then when she said that's not me, look at the shoes, the woman walks away from her, walks across the street, obviously get confirmation from somebody else. She couldn't confirm that this little 11-year-old child wasn't the person in the picture. They don't give a fuck. These are our children out here. 11. Let me play this one. Okay, here we go. Just in case you guys haven't seen this. I don't want that. Hold on, I gotta put the sound up.
Wait, I'm actually so. Wait,
Wait, I'm actually so confused.
I'm scared.
There's another one right there. I'm staying with her. I don't care about what your dad says. Y'all can go. Y'all can.
You guys can keep going.
No, I gotta stay with her. This is my sister.
Is it your sister?
Yes.
We can't just leave her.
It's my sister cousin. We're related. We're coming from school. We were literally all just playing in the yard.
Okay, well, like I just said, we're just being detained right now.
I'm okay now.
So we're wearing the exact same thing you're wearing.
They stole a what?
Car.
Oh.
She can't drive. What do you mean? Most kids can't drive and they're still out here stealing cars.
That's a sixth grader.
Yeah. Dude, I got 12-year-olds driving those kids on Hyundais.
Oh.
Was it a
He
yellow
probably
car?
got Angela.
No, it wasn't yellow.
What color was it?
Black.
It was,
What type of car was it?
It was a Kia. Bro, it was one of them Kia boys. Kia girl. Brighton Academy.
Brighton Academy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool right there.
We got out of school at like 1, but we just but we decided to play in the yard.
You guys mind just stepping back a little bit? Thank you.
And he's looking at us like it's probably him calling the pussies. She was wearing a pink jacket, pink cargo pants. I mean,
Pink
those
jacket,
are pink.
camo pants.
Pink check, exact same description.
Yeah.
So, you know.
But did they say she had a bow in her hair?
Yeah, I don't know. They're sending me a picture. So as soon as I get a picture, and if it's not her, she's all set to
You
go.
stole a car?
You was with me the whole time.
Okay, but
We was on a whole field trip. How could we steal a car?
How long have you guys been walking around together?
30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Like as soon as we got out of school, we all just come in, hang out, and like we'll play in the fields.
Look, you
Like,
can if you go around the corner, like right over there, you can see where we was playing in the snow at.
you'll see like footsteps and snowmans and stuff.
Snowman.
Snowmans.
Snowman.
Yes.
We didn't make no dang snowman.
Girl, you gonna tell me this ain't you?
Let me see.
I ain't got the same shoes on as her.
That's not her.
That's not her. Let me see.
And she light skinned it.
She's not light skinned.
Let me see her.
That's really not her.
I didn't even see the picture.
Hold on.
Now she gone.
Yeah, we need that.
We don't have the same shoes on, and she's light skinned. She not light skinned. Girl, you gonna tell me this not you? Fucking cunt. I think there's a second part to this when they let her go. Another mean ass cop shows up. Here we
I live
go.
out Covent, literally down the street. Yes, my sister cousin. I call her my sister cousin because we're cousins, but we grew up around each other like all the time. So I call her my sister cousin.
This is like she like us this year.
Right.
And that's here because I'm this one older brother.
And that's my best. That's my best friend. Who got a yogurt? Oh, you want a yogurt? Okay, guys, we need to back up. Back up more. Janet, leave me alone before you yogurt at me. I get cussed on you too. I'm saying
You can't cuff and throw snow at you. Look at you.
bro, there's 3 cops. 1, 2, 3. He's about to pull up right there. See, now he's blocking us. I feel like this is racism.
That's
It's not her.
talking about.
I promise. We have.
That's not her.
Wait, can I get her phone and stuff?
Everything's gonna be okay.
I know.
Now
but
she's crying.
What's your password?
Here, we're gonna keep it
Wait,
with her so
that's-
she can call her parents. Okay?
No, I'm gonna call her mom for her. What's your
No,
password?
we're gonna keep it with her so she can call her parents. All
Her
right?
mom's not gonna want it.
She's crying.
Here. What's your password?
You're gonna lie and tell me that's not you.
I'm not lying. That's Look at her shoes are white. Her shoes do not have no cake around it.
You can't see. Listen, it is what it is.
Zero
If you're
nine.
honest, it'll make it easy.
09.
It is what it is. Really? Is it what it is? You gonna lie and tell me that ain't you? It is what it is.
It's not her.
See, always trying to
All
lie.
right, all right. Come in, undo your handcuffs now, okay?
Now they're handcuffing her.
This is like,
But you see how he came in?
this is okay, Lyric. It's all right. Like, this is really like crazy. Like, this is so crazy.
I mean, I'm sorry. You could see how they could.
Now you sorry. No, I can't see
way
it.
longer. That's two different heights. Y'all can see that she has pink shoes. The other girl had white shoes on, which were they were probably Air Forces. Come here. You
Now,
wanna
even
find
the
your mom?
child, like, no, I
Yes.
can. He's like
Let's go.
trying to tell her.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. Okay. You guys are twins. So he tells her, you can see how we can make the mistake. She said, no, her braids are long and her shoes are white. But so this child is telling him, no, you're not gonna get me to appease what you just did, because you could clearly see, just like I clearly saw. They said the girl's braids in the picture, braids were beyond her butt, and the kid said no, because her braids are long, and she also said her braids are long and her shoes are white. These cops saw this. You heard them when they first looked at the picture. They said this girl is light skinned, but the cops saw none of that. Had this child, an 11-year-old child, and never. And just immediately put her in handcuffs, never asked any questions. They just put her in handcuffs. Why? Because she fit the description. So let me show you what was written on this post. Okay, 11-year-old black girl left in tears after being placed in handcuffs and told she was being detained because she matched the description of a woman who stole a Kia. Male cop was aggressive, and he was the one who showed up after she was in handcuffs. Yo, you know this is you. It is what it is. It'll go easier for you if you just go on and admit it. So, and they wonder why so many people who are taken to dark sites, who are beaten, who are kids who just don't know, they just just to think that they're going home, wind up in innocent in jail. Okay, so this is her mother, Mackenzie. She said, walking home from school today, my child, 11-year-old, was placed in handcuffs and told that she was being detained because she matches the description of a woman who stole a Kia. My child is released from school at 1:55. This happened at 2:40, and you heard the girls saying that they were playing about 30 minutes. You heard them saying that they were playing about 30 minutes. When did she have time to steal a Kia? If she did steal the Kia, where is it? Why would she be walking down the street playing in the snow with her friends? I don't know where this is. Onondaga County Sheriff Office needs to do better. By the look of it, and those old houses, it looked like she's somewhere in the Midwest. Look Ohio-ish or something to me. I don't know where this happened, but this is what they're doing to our children. Hey, Miami Popo. Hey, Sandy. Wow. Hey, Liz. How are you? Hey, A View is a View. So I'm going to drop my link. I had a long live, very political live. I don't know anything that is happening in the beef sector. I was definitely caught on this live that they're trying to put this Trump loyalist over the Defense Department to make him the Secretary of Defense, and the things that he was saying were frightening. And more more so the things that he wasn't saying is frightening. So it seems like he is okay with torture. It seems like he did work at Guantanamo Bay, and he did have Trump to pardon two of his buddies who were convicted for things that they did in Guantanamo. They were pardoned by him. So now this is the person that they want to make the defense secretary. He said he will get rid, in particular, one black officer, one black general. He said, well, they're going to be reviewing everybody to make sure that they are up to the standards that they have. Now, he has standards that are higher than he had for himself for these high-ranking officers, which he never was. Let's be clear, he has never been a high-ranking officer in the military, but he is coming into the military to see if the black generals in particular are, well, he says everybody, but they named one general in specific, and he said everybody will be under review to make sure that they're up to the standards and that they will take a lawful command from the president. But he would not answer the question if he would have shot protesters who were protesting, peaceful protesters who had no weapons. He could not answer if he would have followed the command to shoot them in the leg. That the command that Trump allegedly gave the former defense secretary, and that defense secretary refused to do it. However, that defense secretary did fly helicopters low to disperse the crowd and blow them all over the street from the wind that came from the propellers, but he drew the line at shooting them in the leg. So you have Pete Segjit, who says that I was there and I saw them climbing over the fence and they set the church on fire. So he was apologizing for it, but he would not commit to not following that order that Trump had given to shoot them in the legs. All of this is in Project 25. They said that they'd be using the military to quell any protest. Protesting is your constitutional right as a citizen of the United States. It is in the Constitution that you have the right to protest your government. But footsteps in the dark came in. I couldn't find it. I'm gonna bring it up for you tomorrow. This guy actually shocked the panel that he was on. I've seen it already, and what he said was, and I think he was a right-leaning person. What he said was that the way things are going, they need to tax the rich people and corporations like they did in the 80s and 90s, because after you make so much money, more money on top of it doesn't make a difference. But when you're taxing people who making $30,000 and or $50,000 to reduce their taxes, make a big difference in their life, in their lifestyle, and how they live. So he shocked them by saying that, and he said, at this rate, this country is looking at a revolution. I'm going to find that for you. I will play that for you tomorrow. And the reason it shocked the panel is because he is a right-leaning, I think he's an economist. He's either an economist or an historian. So let's be clear. It was a whole lot of DEI, critical race theory, what was it? DEI, critical race theory, and wokeism spoken in this confirmation. I dropped the link in my chat for Pete Hegseth, who they want to be the defense secretary, who says he's going to purge the military high-ranking officials. He's going to demote these people who are not ready to take a lawful order from the president. And let's understand, it's Milley on what he feels is a lawful order, because he would not answer the question if he would have put the army out to shoot American citizens. And so we are clear. I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody wants to come up? I'm repeating myself. I apologize. Anybody want to come up and share anything? You can come up and share anything you want to talk about. The live is up. It speaks for itself. I played the words. If he isn't confirmed, then what? Then he has to nominate another person. Oganana County is in the state of New York. Oh, really? Okay, I had never heard it. Thank you, Kiva. Absolutely. It's the next step. Thank you, Kiva. So if anybody wants to hit the link, you're more than welcome. I was just really, appalled to see all of this stuff being said in the daylight, in the light of day. There's 5 days before this administration takes office, and these are the people that they are trying to put over our actual military. So people think that, I'll go out here and protest if I don't like something. Really? Really? Is that what you're going to do? You think you're going to have those options? It seems like they're trying to take those options away by threat of the military. And it's not like we didn't hear that it was going to happen, because it was outlined in Project 2025. They said that they have a plan to enact their mission within the first 180 days, but they refused to say what that first 180 days consisted of. But this was definitely talked about quelling any protesters with the military. So it seems like they're trying to position themselves. So we in 5 days, the first 180 days will start. So they will not. They called the writers and the people who made up the agenda for Project 2025, and they would not even, but they should have subpoenaed them, but they would not even say what they had in store for us in the first 180 days. But they said they will be removing a lot of people from their job and appointing loyalists to the position that they could trust, that will do what they wanted to get done on this Republican agenda. And you also heard him, Keith, what is it? Pete Segwich, whatever the fuck his name. I have such a hard time with his last name. You also heard him poo-poo the Geneva Convention as something that we don't need, that dignified men wrote in wood paneled walls back in the day, because they didn't know the type of enemy that we are coming up against now. They're the same type of enemy that you came up against all throughout war. War is war, goddammit. War is war. So all of a sudden, war is something different. And these people who wrote the Geneva Convention, which is signed by other nations as well as the United States, don't understand the America First perspective. America First is a slogan. It's propaganda. So we are supposed to respect this propaganda over the Geneva Convention. Obviously, this listen, it was a lot in this live. If you didn't see it, come back and see it. The link is dropped. Nobody wants to hit the link. I'm going to leave now. I don't know what's going on in the beef sector. I did see a little stomp down yesterday. I did see Just Sarah did her wreath project on yesterday. If you weren't over there, go over there and check out Just Sarah. So I'm just look, all of the advances we have made through civil rights, they have been stripping them away one by one by one. We need to They're trying to demonize any person, any black person. Oh, excuse me, any black person that gets ahead. They're trying to demonize them as unqualified and DEI hires, and they are trying to demonize anybody getting ahead and saying strip DEI out of everything, out of the military. They've already stripped DEI out of the government. So anybody of any black person who has a high-ranking position is automatically a DEI hire and therefore unqualified, because surely there is no qualified black person who can do high-ranking jobs. They're trying to relegate you and us to the back of the bus. So this is all I had to say today. I thank you guys for joining me. Please hit the like button. Iron sharpen irons. Speaking for the Latinos, we're ready. Okay. I appreciate you guys. And shit. Now, Liz, hold up, Liz. Speaking for the Latinos. So now that California has burned all the listen, you should listen. Let me tell you. It's unbelievable the swath of damage that has been done by these fires. So they're going to boot out all the Mexicans who mainly work in construction. Construction used to be union jobs, but American employers hate unions so much because they have to treat them like human beings, because they have to go within guidelines and restrictions. They have to give them a specific lunch hour. They have to give them specific breaks. They have to pay them specific pay. They have to pay them overtime if they work any specific hours. But the greedy billionaires who are the lead of corporations, they don't want to do that. So they'll do like Elon Musk and say the American worker is unqualified. They'll do like the people who are the builders in this country who need construction workers. They'll say that the unions are bad, and then they dismantle unions all across the United States, where their retarded white people were able to get jobs and raise a family and earn a good wages and a living. And then because why? They wanted free labor from people who they could abuse, people who were undocumented coming over the border. See, they always want to the undocumented wouldn't keep coming over the border if people who hired them were penalized like they're penalized. Let's keep it clear. What the fuck you think they're coming over the border for? Because they keep getting hired by people who face no repercussion but only wealth from firing them, only using and abusing them because they're from different countries that are not used to the American work standard. So now that all of this fucking whole damn near California is burnt up, who they gonna get to do the construction? Are they gonna be doing all these mass deportations now? Liz, are they really gonna be doing all these mass deportations now because they have given away the fucking trade of construction to people who are undocumented and taking it out of the hands of people, Americans who used to work in that field, who could pass the trade down, who could get their relatives on in the construction and live a fruitful life. But no, that was too much for the greedy Americans, corporations. Now that a whole trade of construction is totally gone from the uneducated white people, undereducated black people, that's gone. They don't know these trades, these skills. So because it has been done by undocumented for so many years. So now that California is burned down, Gavin Newsom is talking about this new California 2.0, and he's so glad that Trump got the Olympics here. What the fuck are you talking about, Gavin Newsom? These are people, individual homes that burn down. I can understand the businesses, and you're talking about creating a new high-tech California. What are you talking about these people homes? Let's not forget about when I talked about the fires that happened in Hawaii, and how that whole damn near old island burned down, and the governor said that he was going to try to put in restrictions to prevent investors from coming in and buying up big swaths of the land. I don't know if that happened or not, but is that going to happen in California? Are we going to get investors buying these people out? Because surely, just because some of these houses were uninsured because insurance companies refused to insure these houses, dropped insurance. If you got dropped in the past 90 days, they did a they did a memorandum to if you got dropped from fire insurance within the 90 days before the fire started, that your insurance company was going to have to pay the cost for this fire damage. But what if your insurance was canceled 91 days out? See, there's a whole lot of places that they won't insure, kind of like in Florida, where these hurricanes are increasing, and more and more insurance companies are refusing to give flood insurance, kind of like that. Kind of like you done paid 30 years, but since the storms are getting worse, you can't get flood insurance on the same house that you done had flood insurance on for 29 years. Kind of like that. And God forbid, like in this confirmation hearing, God forbid that, they're talking about climate change in the military. They're talking about doing things about climate change in the military. Well, goddamn it, you doing something about climate change in the military if you don't talk about it, because that's who you sending out the National Guard and probably more to guard the streets after all of this devastation from climate has occurred in our city streets. So Pete Hegseth said, I would never do something like studying climate change and all of this. Well, climate change affects the Defense Department as well. Okay, we got 5 days. We'll see what happens. Thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate you guys for being here. Bingo. Exactly. What do you think? Ain't nothing new. It's like Katrina. Oprah and Dwayne Johnson was one of them who went into Hawaii and bought up tons of that burnt out land. I am wondering if they are doing this type of shit on purpose. Insurers are not doing Malibu and Hollywood Hills anymore. Catch. Bye, Very Carey. Hunger Games. How long have I been talking about? Look, Dovey pulling another scam for Cash Apps. She hopped on the my relative had died scam. This is what she said from a live stream she did yesterday. I think Liz caught my question. Yes, Liz. We know what it is. Save your money. And keep you some cash on you. Because we got 5 days. That's all I'm saying. Thank you guys for joining me. Please hit the like button if you want to support the channel. $ Ronnie Q. I appreciate you guys for being here. Maybe on Inauguration Day, I'll do a members only live. I did a members only live on Christmas. I gifted one of my members a Christmas gift. So I think I'll do one on. Let's set it up for inauguration day. So if you want to join the channel, I will send out a free keychain to you. You do not have to put your name. You can put a personal initial, a last name, and I am not a doxer. Unlike a liar said that this is the reason I give free keychains away. I give them away as a thank you for being a member. If you are a member and you haven't gotten your free keychain, go on the community wall post and scroll down. You can contact me there. You don't have to put your first name. You do not have to put your screen name that you use in the chat. Just a first initial, a last name, and a address that you want me to send it to. An address you want me to send it to. I know that you are a member because that's how you can contact me on the membership community wall post. Let's be clear. Fuck what you heard. This is what it is. Yes, girl, I am still alive. How long? Oh, Lord. I ain't know I've been live this long. It's a lot to talk about, Miss Tori, Miss Toby. It's like real scary times out here. Extreme heat in the summer, extreme cold in the winter, powerful hurricanes, flooding. We all are affected by global warming one way or another. Exactly. The whole rainy season has evaporated from Southern California. There used to be a distinct rainy season. California has been in a drought for so long, at least over 12 years now. So you don't think that shit is going to burn? And then there was some rain earlier this year that helped the vegetation grow. But if there's not enough water in the ground, the surface water, if there's not enough water in the ground to parch these hills and these fires because of these drought, if there's not no upcoming rain, there used to be rainy seasons where it rained every day, all day. It would stop and go, but it wouldn't get dry. It was the rainy season. That's no more. So thank you guys for being here. Yes, Miss Toby, we got 4 hours a day of me running my mouth while I'm on mute, and then have to rerun my mouth about what I was running my mouth on when I was on mute. A whole mess. I don't know what was going on. Thank you guys for joining me. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. I greatly appreciate you guys. So, you can understand what's going on that's going to affect you and how you live your life. Or you can hear a motherfucking begging bitch who done killed off a relative for cash apps. It's the beef sector. It's a little something for everybody. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys for joining me. When I was here, it was very informative. Nothing wrong with running your mouth. Pam, I was running my mouth. So if you didn't catch the live, you might want to catch this live, because I was talking about some real stuff. That's all I'm saying. All right. I hope you guys have a great day. God bless you. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day can be without my Ronnie.
Spam.
She can't be beat.
Spam.
Sweet,
Kiss my
sweet
dog
Ronnie.
dick. Suck my dog dick, pants. Spam. All right, guys. You guys have a great day. I'm gone.